shorty, it's your birthday. Yeah! You can find me in a club, bottle full of bub. Look, mommy got the X if you're into taking drugs. I'm into having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. When I pull up out front, you see the band's on drugs. 20 deep in the spot, 29's in the club. They heard I roll with Dre, now they show me love. Said like hoes wanna fuck, they can get enough. Ain't nothing changed, G's up, hoes down. Roll that weed up, exhibit in the back. I got hit, but I don't walk with a limp. They love me like rock, coast to coast, don't slip, fully focused. Money on my mind, million out the deal, still on my grind. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. Mommy got the X if you're into taking drugs. I'm into having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. Oh, come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. Oh, come give me a hug if you're into getting rough.
Mic check. First of all, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me before we go any further? Can you hear me? Yes, no, maybe so. Can you hear me? You can hear me. Perfect. What's up, everybody? I'm trying to figure out this light situation because I don't like how it's going in and out. I got lights behind me, lights in front of me, lights flashing. So I'm going to try to work with it. If it doesn't work and if it bothers you guys, just let me know. Excuse me, and I will change it. Yeah, so I've been just like working on different videos and putting them together. That was one I just did this morning. Um, I know you guys hear a lot of music with JFK and all that, but it's only right when JFK and I came in this. Well, he came in, then I came in with him. That our styles are a little similar. He's kind of like a mentor in my case, where I've been friends with him 35 years. Actually, December 6th coming up is a big day for his record label. It's gonna be Trill Static 5, and the first one was it was great. Second one was unbelievable. Third one was like wow. Fourth one, I didn't make it. He actually went live from there, and this one here is gonna be in Miami. So I had everything all set, and this was like kind of the reason why I was upset. And I guess you could call it petty, call it whatever you want, but I was upset because I had everything all set, and I went to the registry and I got my ID, not the real ID, like 2-3 months back. So anyway, the guy said, just come back and we'll get you the real ID, and you won't have to wait. I'm like, all right, cool. So what did I do? I waited, and now I can't find my social security card. So I've been trying to get that. Last night, JFK hit me and he's like, "You going to Miami?" I said, "I hope so." So I'm just hoping I get it in time, and if I do, it'll be great to have that, because I just feel like it's a trip that, first of all, me and JFK, it's been a hell of a summer. A lot of work has gone into everything behind the scenes and everything that we've trying to been doing, kind of been doing, not kind of been doing. We have been doing. So this would have been like kind of a reward, right? It would have been fun. It's gonna be fun. JFK's going. I'm sure he'll be live streaming from there. And like I said, if the card comes in time, then that'll be great. I don't know if he see 1 second. I'm sorry. But yeah, Miami. I have never been to Miami, and I do know that this time around, Trill Static's gonna be unbelievable. So if you're into hip hop, you're into music like that, check it out. Static Selector, Bun B, and there'll just be a list of names. If you can't, obviously, that's a trip. That's out to Miami. But if you're from Boston, I believe he said sometime in November or maybe December. Slain, the artist Slain, he's in the movie The Town. He's in a lot of movies. Um, but he has his own solo career, Slain, but he's with La Costa Nostra. He just did I think he did, I don't know if it was a whole album or just like a couple songs with Static. So they're all gonna be there. JFK, Show Off, Terminology, Static Selector, Rex, Easy Money. It's gonna be dope. It's another hip hop show, underground. It'll be at the I think it's the Middle East. I'm pretty sure. December, Becky G. Always on time. Yeah, so let me just see real quick. Play this for a second while I'm looking for something. I'm looking for something, man. So, man.
If you had one shot or one opportunity
That was a New York trip right
to
there.
seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it or just let it slip? Yo, his palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti, he's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud. He opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's choking out, everybody's joking now. The clock's run out, time's up, over. Snap back to reality.
Ability and poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man. I choose rich every fucking time.
He won't have it. Hold backs to these ropes, it don't matter. He's dope, he knows that, but he's broke. He's so stagnant. He knows when he goes back to this mobile home, that's when it's back to the lab again. Yo, this whole rhapsody better go capture this moment and hope it don't grab them. Yo, you better lose yourself in the middle.
A bunch of fucking animals.
You
know why? You don't have the guts to be where you want to be. You need people like me. You need people like me so you can point your fucking fingers and say, that's the bad guy. Gonna make you good. You just know how to hide.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, man. I've seen a lot of comments this morning. What's the matter, girl? I seen Aunt Deb was doing a show or something. It didn't look like it was gonna be anything positive. And Aunt Deb, if you're watching this on a replay or somebody says something to you, clips it, send it to you, one of the people here that doesn't agree with James Jackson. And I don't know, man. I just don't see the angle of it. I don't see what it's doing. All it's really gonna do in the long run is put all the trolls that you got, all the people that jump on bandwagons, and they're just gonna attack. And I don't know, man. I thought that was over with, and you know, you're gonna hide behind I'm a comedian and it's a joke. I get it. It's a joke. Um I get that it's a joke, right? But when does that joke become too far? Um you know, when children are involved, it kind of hits home for me, because when that happened with me, My son's at the age where he can jump on a computer and see things. I don't know if her children, I mean, chances are they may be, their mom's on YouTube, they may want to see her. What happens when they go and they see that? I mean, you do you, man. You do whatever you need to do and whatever you feel is necessary. But at the end, man, I just don't think it's gonna age well. I don't think it's a good look. Um, I mean, don't get me wrong, the wig and everything, you looked good. Pause if necessary, if that's your thing. Um, but it's just not gonna age well. That's just my advice to that. And then I went to go check it out, and it was in a members only where you had to pay $6.99. I'm sorry, buddy, I like you, but I ain't paying $6.99 to watch you clown on somebody that I like too, that I respect. So there's that. Uh, but no hate to you, Jimmy. I hope that you figure that out, whatever that is that you're going through. You know? So what's everybody doing? I mean, I haven't been around, so is there anything I should know about? I mean, it seems quiet, I guess, right? What happened last night though on X's? I've been saying, what's Twitter, guys? What do I call it? What do I call Twitter? Man, this shit's driving me crazy. Why is it doing that? I got lights everywhere. Let me try to do a different one. And I've missed you guys. I've missed all of you guys. Like I said, I would like to start going over the case with Deanna Kremen. There you go. Becky's always on time. Always on time. Game of Thrones. And it's funny because like people will say, "Oh, I can't like God forbid an AI song from Local gets sent to us. God forbid we share it. Oh my God, did you hear what they said in this?" First of all, we didn't say it. It was sent to us because we play it. It's the same thing as when somebody sends in money to get their chat read in another creator's thing. Hold up. I mean, I don't remember it being this bad. This is crazy. This is not gonna work for me. I'm gonna have to try something different here. Check this out. I think I might have fixed it. I think that I might. How about that mic the other day, huh? That was driving me crazy. That's a little better. Right? A little better? Yeah. Please, Pastor Pepper. And shout out to all my mods. Becky G, please, Pastor Pepper. Everybody that's always here supporting. Little Miss Velvet, Little Miss Red Velvet. Shout out to you. I know I don't always answer your emails, but I do read them sometimes. And I just want you to know I appreciate that. She's always looking out for your boy, making sure I'm okay. And the only problem with that, and I'm not saying you, Miss Little Red Velvet, but it ruins it for women such as yourself. And I was speaking on this with a friend of mine last night, a dear friend of mine, and we were talking about this, and I said, you know, it's unfortunate that, you know, someone is like yourself, where you're just genuinely seeing how I'm doing. And but then I answer somebody from like the woman from Tennessee, say it like her, a woman of her stature. Next thing you know, I have someone from Tennessee showing up with grippy socks on outside my house, sitting on top of my car with a dozen of roses. And you know, I don't think that's your thing, Little Miss Red Velvet, but I just get nervous with that, and I don't want to cross boundaries with different people. You know what I'm saying? No, it's not. Hold on. Oh man, the grippy socks was crazy. But no, shout out to you, you know, she does. She always looks out for me, and it's great. It's really great to have somebody. It's great to have somebody that's you know, just cares. But like I said, you got to be careful because you got people like that that go outside. Next thing you know, they got them grippy socks and they're sitting out front on your hood with a dozen of roses that are dead because it took them about 4 weeks to get here. And yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know. I'm pretty nice to everybody. If you meet me and you know me, I try to be nice to everybody. But I just wanted to put that out there. I don't know. I thought it was because I seen it come up. But you know goddamn well that I don't think that about you. You're a sweetheart. Just like to check how you are, that's all. No. It just like to check how you are, that's all. No, it is not. No, what is not? Now, I know you like to check on me. That's what I'm saying. You're a genuine person who checks on me, but then you'll have people that see now I feel bad because she thinks I'm talking about. I hope you don't think I'm talking about you. I really do. I really hope that you don't think I'm talking about you. Yes, Becky, like this. Miss Red Velvet. This is what I'm talking about. Like the movie Misery. Next thing you know, I'm laying in my bed. I got a 4x4 in between my knees and a sledgehammer on each side. Dow, dow. I'm all set. I'm just trying to make it so everybody, is happy and not. Give me a break. See, God damn, I'm not saying it's you. I'm not saying it's you. God damn. It's probably EPAGs, is it you? Note to self, James wants dozens of roses for Christmas. EPAGs, you better calm the fuck down. No, I do not. I don't want nobody showing up with no dozens of roses outside of this house. I swear. I do not want that. No roses for James. Keep. Oh, god damn. Oh, shit. Man, you guys are the best. I miss you. I miss you guys. Man. We might have to just do another fundraiser just to get back together, get the band back together. I'll tell you what. What's up, Meatball? Where's she at? What's up, Meatball Morrissey? Sketty Stains. Don't internalize that little Miss Red Velvet. No, no. Oh no. She's my girl. She takes care. She's always looking out. She's always looking out. Right? No, Pepper, you know, I mean, it's unfortunate because you have people such as her, as Little Miss Red Velvet, that actually care, and then all of a sudden, um, you know, they just, like I said, you guys already heard it. They show up outside, and you meet them. Now they're texting you things that it's just weird. Uh-uh. But yeah, so anyway, we are gonna dive deep. I saw up in the comments up there that we talking about Deanna Kremen's case, and there's still stuff coming out on that case too, is such as Eddie's, how they keep coming up with different evidence and stuff like that. So we're trying to get all green in the chat too. You guys are all black. I see like 4 green, and there's 70 people in here. So we got to do something. Let me ask you a question. Do you guys like this on the screen, or do you like it without? The comments on the screen or the comments without? I mean, I think it kind of takes away, but if you guys like it, I'll keep it up there. I don't know. What do you think? Yes, no, maybe so. Let us know. So, Becky G gifted 1 James Jackson membership. Becky G, thank you so much. I appreciate you, girl. No comments on it. It takes away. Okay, no comments on. Okay, we got a sure. I like without. All right, yeah. So we're gonna just leave them off because, I mean, this is this bothering you too? Should I take this off? But you know, Becky, what I want to do is hang the layover behind me, so it's just like I think JFK had it or Kevy Kev had the sign, one of the signs you had. I'm gonna have that. I mean, I could do it, but you know, I'm trying to accommodate my guest, my people here. You know, I just want you guys to feel. I want you to feel good. I want you to feel. God damn! Please pass the pepper coming in hot. Please pass the pepper says love. Green hot, love. All green everything. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. The banner got stuffed in a trunk. Which one? Mine? Mine got stuffed right in my bag, the one Becky gave me. But the other one, I don't know what you're talking about. What banner you're talking about? I don't know. I don't know. So let's go to, let's see if we can find any news on Dion. I know that the last time I looked, one second, guys. I know I looked and oh shit, don't want to go here. Man. Last time I looked, it was like only a few things. Man, I went to the wrong you. Oh man, I got my window. I'm sorry. I'm not looking for nothing, buddy. I have my window down, and there's like a cat that sprayed. Oof, it fucking stinks bad. I think we saw this one. This was 5 years ago. I mean, there's a podcast one. I really didn't want to share other podcasters, but if that's what I have to do to get this out there, because most of them are like this one right here is from very local. It's only God damn, she got 738,000 views. Let's check this out. What's this? We're gonna watch this. You guys ready? You down to watch that? All right, let's see. A second. I'm sorry. Yeah, you know when those cats, when they spray, fuck, it's disgusting. It's all I can smell right now. It smells like shit. Not shit. You know that smell. It smells disgusting. Huh, Luna? That's why you bugging out. You don't like that smell either. Poor Luna. She gotta wear the cone over her head. Hmm. I thought I just fixed this. Why is it doing it still? So does anybody know? Let me see. Maybe if I bring my computer closer. That's better, right? This is scary. I know. Let me take this off. Let me remove this. The only thing is, let me just fix this real quick. Goddamn, guys, you know I'm working too, and you guys really do. You work with me. Alright, maybe this one will be better. I think this is a little better. But see how it does that, like, off to the white? Anyway, we'll deal with it. So yeah, this is really the only thing. I'm gonna put together a whole video, and like I said, the other night I was gonna have a guest up on here who grew up with Deanna Kremen, and now he's older. And then there's another girl that I know is best friends with her. I actually know the girl. And then I found out that my aunt had a connection with her mom and did a lot of work with her. So there's some people that are gonna, come up and speak on it and say what they know. Is Luna okay? Yeah, she's okay. So what happened? Thank you for asking. What happened was she had uh like a hot spot. It looked like a, I don't know. It was it was little at first, and then she just kept like going back and biting it and itching it, and it just got like bad. So I took her to the vet. Um, they shaved her so they could see exactly what was going on, and it was like bigger than I thought. And when it happened, no, I said she was going to. When I first started that live, I said she was going to the spa. She was going to the vet. I'm talking about the last live I did. That was a couple days ago. No, she went to the spa. It wasn't a week ago. It was probably like a month ago. She went there. But anyway, I was gonna take her, and then I saw that, and it's open, so I was like, nah, I'm not doing that. Um, but anyway, she had a hot spot. The hot spot got like reddish, and so now they gave her. Well, she got a rabies shot. She got other shots. She got um, yeah, I'm talking about you. And she has to wear that cone because so she can't go back and itch it. And I got this like lotion that I have to put on in the morning. I have to give her a pill and a half in the morning because it stops the itching or whatever. They said should be gone by tomorrow, Tuesday. So I took her on Tuesday of this last week, last Tuesday. So hopefully this Tuesday coming up, it should be gone. What do you guys like? What's going on? What I miss? E-Pags is telling Little Miss Red Velvet bring the for future what, the roses. Oh yeah, you talking about me? All right, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so she's good. She just hates wearing it, and it's funny because on the cone, it looks like a lampshade. On it, it says, um, "Under construction, hug me," like, and then it's got like little thing, "Hug me, kiss me," like all this shit. So yeah, she's a good girl, but yeah, that it's just crazy when I don't even know what I said to her at this point. Luna is white. Luna is white coated doggy, huh? I had a white pitty, and her skin was sensitive. She had on. She had to be on lamb and rice food only. Wow, it's funny you say that because, well, it's not funny, but the food I have to. Is it health extension? Well, hotspots would pop up on her because they told me that she was allergic to, I believe, the salmon one, and my sister says she can only have the chicken one. So I don't know. Is that what you're talking about? Moxbox? It's a fucking hell of a name. Moxbox. Yeah, Moxbox. 84. That's what you're talking about. Like, is it that same food? They call it like top food because I mean shit's expensive. So I try to give her a little hard food, and then I put that top food on it. So Roseanne, McDonald's, and Green. Yeah, if you want your... Oh, speaking of merch, I found the woman, and she's probably in here now. She's in here. She's been a member. She's never left. Yeah, go Pats today. And I got my crisscross. I got my shit on backwards. Nah, it's just the way it came. But yeah, the other night, the other live, when I did that live, that little, and then I made a short of, I just clipped it and said, if if you are who, whatever. Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to see what. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Our vet gave her lamb and rice. Yeah, that's the one I got her on right now, the lamb and rice. And it seems to be working, but I don't know. I'm waiting to get the list of exactly what she's allergic to tomorrow. Prescription food, yeah. So they told her she was only from the vet. Yeah, it is very expensive. And it goes so fast. You pay like $50 for a box of 10. Or I think it's more. A box of 10. I don't know, it's like $10 a bag, and they're just little bags, or $8 or whatever. So, but yeah, I'm gonna pull this up. I'm gonna send Kev a link. Kev. Let's see what Kev's up to. Let me see if I can remember. Copy. Anyone know what I do after I copy it? I know I do copy, and then I do Control V or something. Does anyone remember? Help me out. Anyone, someone. If you know, you know. Alright, I'm gonna try it anyway. I can't see you guys right now, but I think I got it. I think it's Control something. Control V? Is that what it is? Nope. That wasn't it. Control V is paste. That's not working. Let me try it one more. Let me see. Oh shit. Control V. Yeah, I'm trying it. And so copy. Alright. Let's go to Facebook Messenger, Kevy. Shit, just had it. There we go, we got it. Kev is all set to come up here. Sent him the link. See what happens. So yeah, yeah, we're good now. It's not Control C. It's good. It's Control V. Control V, Becky G. All right. Now we know. Next time I ask. Rose McDonald, thank you so much. Rose McDonald always coming through, always helping out, always supporting, always gifting memberships. I appreciate that. Shout out to Rose McDonald. Is Mark McDonald gonna come in now and give some memberships? She said, oh man, she did the cheat code. That's why I love Rose. She knows the cheat code. She knows all that. Oh man. Right. Rose. Yeah, we're gonna be doing another fundraiser soon. I'm trying to think, maybe probably after, I don't know, maybe before Christmas, after Christmas, before, after. E-Pags coming in gifting 5 James Jackson memberships. You know what else I like about the gifting the memberships is we get to see who's in the chat and who's lurking and shit like that. They're like, oh man, they fuck around and get excuse my language, they mess around and get a membership thrown at them. It's like, yep, all green everything. You got caught. All green everything. Caught. Where you at, Kevy Kev? Already did, son. He said, throw a link. Already have. Facebook Messenger. Yeah, you can catch them like that. I was watching, I had like sometimes dip in and out. Someone would say, oh, you got to see this on this channel. All right, go over, check it out. This really ain't that bad. Whatever. Then I see someone gift like 10 memberships, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm going to get gifted a membership. And I don't, probably because I don't engage. I'm in and I'm in and I'm out. But I seen like who got them, and I was very shocked when I see. Well, I wasn't shocked. I was just like, "Wow, this is hilarious." These people will try to hit me up, ask me if Are you okay? Are you okay, ladies and gentlemen? Where's it at? Where's it at? Where is it at? All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage, my boy, our boy, Kevy Kev.
What's up, people?
Kevy Kev, what up?
God damn. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday, my man. Happy Sunday. We're out here talking about dogs, talking about, inboxes. When you get an inbox from somebody, you feel like you just want to answer everybody, but you got to be careful because you never know. You might answer somebody like, for instance, that woman from Tennessee with the grippy socks. Next
Oh,
thing you know,
God damn.
you go out to your car. She's sitting on the hood with a dozen of roses and some grippy socks. I mean, you can't even make this shit up.
And a
But
fucking hospital band. I hear you.
yeah, yo, thinking that's how she gets in the club. She's showing her wristband. I was
God
like, and you know what? I had the wristbands for the pause if necessary. I didn't mean to do it like that.
She
She
thought
had,
that was a real ID and shit.
yeah, like, oh, she's good, but no, man, that's crazy. So I just try to. It sounds
When I
like a
first
cat.
seen her at the party that night, I was like, damn, how'd she get it backstage fucking fast?
She,
Seen the
how
band and
was
shit.
was she working with Sando? She
No,
had her she had her camera and shit.
yeah.
She's filming everything.
God damn.
Man, I went old school with the coffee this morning. I went to Mickey D's, man. Well, I didn't go. I
Oh,
had
they got good, they got, what's that, Newman's? They got good coffee, bro.
yeah, their coffee's good. I think it might be Winslow's. Is it Newman's?
I think
Or
it's Newman's coffee. Yeah, man. That shit, McDonald's is good, bro.
yeah, McDonald's is good. It's good. So I had pulled up a video about Deanna Kremen. I tried finding more than the last videos that I had. Most of them were like 10 minutes. I had talked, it's such a small world, man, because I had talked with a few people. One kid that wants to come up and talk. He grew up with her, went to high school, elementary school, up until she passed away or was murdered, I should say. Um, and another girl that actually was best friends with her. And then my aunt, come to find out, my aunt was friends with her mother, and my aunt did a lot for like in the beginning. And I kind of remember this going back now. Like they would always fill, when you get on 93, the overpass there to Somerville, coming into Malden, um, Cambridge, all that. You would
Yep.
see all of them standing out, not as much as you would the Karen Reed trial had, but back then social media wasn't as big. I mean, we might have had MySpace, we might have had. I mean, that I think I don't even think Facebook was around yet. But let me see if I have this video. If there's
Yeah,
anything.
I mean, to speak on that, what's crazy is like when you get something that isn't solved, or you got a murder case that someone isn't held accountable for, it really puts fear into the community, man. You got families with younger kids, young daughters, young sons that I mean, the last thing they want is for this to be their family, or even just stepping back and saying to themselves, damn, the family it happened to never got any answers. I mean, that's a tough thing, man.
Yeah, and her mom is very active in what's going on. Why can't I see the whole thing? Thank you, Pretty Eyes. Pretty Eyes sent the $5 super chat. Appreciate you. But yeah, so we're talking about the all green everything. When you put the memberships out there, you catch them trolls lurking. Um, I don't know if did you get to see any of this live I started in the beginning?
I didn't.
So I basically touched on, as I was preparing, I seen Aunt Deb was getting ready to go live and talk his shit. I saw a little video skit that he made last night. Um, and again, disclaimer, Aunt Deb, I got no beef with Aunt Deb. I like Jimmy, every time we've talked, we've always had a good interaction. So I don't understand the misunderstanding between him and Nan. I don't get it. So anyway, I saw a video last night that he had done where he was acting like he was her dressed up in the car. You seen it?
No, that sucks.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not even gonna play it. If anybody wants to see it, I guess it's on X. And so anyway, it's like he's playing it like he's her, and then he has it like the child, and then that's where I draw the line with the shit.
Yeah.
Like, why bring the kids into it, man? Why? So then, as I was getting ready to do this, I had seen that he was getting ready to go live, and then it became a $6.99 membership only. So I was like, oh, all right. So I mean, I wasn't paying $6.99 to watch him trash Nan.
Yeah.
But
that sucks. You think all this shit would come to a head, but I guess there are more drama channels out there.
Yeah, and well, he does a lot of good too. So that's where it's confusing, because he does do a lot of good, but it's like talking with both sides of your mouth. At one point you want to do good, and then another point you want to hurt somebody. I just don't get it. And then we've been labeled the dividers. We divided this shit. That's what everyone says. It's your fault. You guys divided it. You guys No, we stood 10 toes down when we believed that something we heard was bullshit. And now it's just like when 6ix9ine came home from jail, everybody thought, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Is he gonna get killed? Is he gonna get accepted back into the hip hop world? And boom, he was accepted right back. It was like he never ratted and sent people away for 20 to 30 years. It's just it's crazy, man. JFK's in the chat, Turbulence in the chat.
God damn.
Let's talk about life and God. Fuck all that weird shit. Exactly, man. And that's where I was saying how he loses me there with that bullshit, because the children shouldn't be brought into it. And with that being said, I go by the name of James Jackson, and we are on a layover. Who do I got with me?
You got Kevy Kev 781
JFK
on the Cash App.
On the Cash App, 24 hours. Oh, all right, word. Yeah, so my boy actually just texted me. He's on the live now. He grew up with he knows both these cases very well. He's from Somerville. He actually lives right around the corner from that midnight.
Variety.
That midnight
Convenience. Yep.
It's weird how they have it. It's like mid dot. What is it?
Mid
dot.
slash. Yeah.
Yes, dot night slash convenience. Bringing that lady got a ladder now from Tennessee coming up to the window. I heard someone pulling the ladder up.
God damn.
God damn. What up, Norman? What up?
Those grippy socks will walk right up the side of your motherfucking
Yeah, that's what I'm
house,
saying.
bro.
Like Spider-Man. Oh man. Norman Corey coming through with the $10 super chat. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. So yeah, it's crazy. The case, like I said, when I found out my aunt, I like back when I was a kid, I remember her always doing work with that. You know, whether it was holding the sign, whether it was standing on the overpass, but it's just really sad, man. And some of the stuff I seen was just, you know, watching it. I have something we can pull up and watch, and I can pause it in between. We can talk on it. See what's up with this.
Well, you know, that's like the you know, bringing awareness to the community is big. I mean, you know, back then you're looking at, I mean, she was a 17-year-old girl. I mean, it's just tragic. It's tragic for a family when this stuff happens, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, and then to spiral off of that, you got, you know, 3 months later,
Eddie O'Brien.
you got the Janice Downing.
Yep.
You know, not, you know, the same town, rather. I mean, not the same neighborhood, but you know, when you draw a big circle, I mean, they touch each other, you know.
Well, in this one, it's the murders of Deanna Kremen and Jacqueline. I can't see her last name because it's blocked off. But in this one, I don't know if how they're similar, but we're gonna find out. Let me see this. I'm gonna share this. 1 second.
I like that. She didn't deserve to die the way she died.
She was the popular girl. She was the one everyone wanted to be around and be friends with. They told me that they found Deanna's body, and I was just in shock.
In this episode of Hometown Tragedy Crime Briefs, we'll be unearthing 2 stories with unanswered questions. Up first, will the 1995 murder of a Boston area teenager ever be solved? The question of who killed Deanna Kremen has haunted Somerville, Massachusetts since 1995. The family is no less desperate for answers today.
I've been told that I may have to accept the murder may never be solved.
Is that loud?
It's March 29th, 1995, and Deanna Kremen is spending the evening with her boyfriend, Thomas LeBlanc. Her 17th birthday is just a few days away, but by morning, any thoughts of celebration would be gone. According to police, Tommy walked his girlfriend halfway home before saying goodnight, leaving Deanna to walk the rest of the way alone. She turned the corner, a straight shot to her house, and that was the last time anyone saw her alive.
The next morning, I called her boyfriend's house. I said, put Deanna on the phone now. And he said, what do you mean, put Deanna? And he's telling me she's not there. And all the questions all went through my head.
Kathy Kremen was not left wondering for long. Deanna's body was found that morning behind a housing complex not far from the Kremen's home.
2 children who actually Deanna had babysat for were on their way to school, and they found her body.
My worst nightmare was maybe she got hit by a car. She was murdered. She was sexually assaulted. She was strangled to death by bare hands. She had bones broken. I remember the floor falling out. If anybody doesn't believe that's true, when they say the floor fell out, it did.
They told me that they found Deanna's body, and I was just in shock. I kept picturing her at the last moments of her life, and it still sticks with me to this day.
As a high school junior, Deanna had been thinking about her life ahead. She had plans of going to college and working with children. With all those prospects cut short, her murder tugged at the heart of the community.
She was the popular girl. She was the one everyone wanted to be around and be friends with.
This homicide went to the core. This one, people came out.
Hundreds attended Deanna's funeral. As the Somerville community grappled with her death, everyone was asking the same question: who killed Deanna?
We've questioned many people more than one time. No arrests have been made. No one has been formally ruled out. But if there were any evidence linking a particular person to the crime, there would have been an arrest.
No arrests? Not even any official suspects have been announced in the case. Questions still swirl through Kathy's mind, and she still has questions for Tommy LeBlanc, who she claims normally walked Deanna all the way home.
He didn't do that night, all completely out of character.
Other persons of interest over the years included a sketch of an unknown man seen in the area at the time, and a Somerville firefighter who was questioned early on, but anything remotely close to a...
Kev, right there, I just want to stop for a second. You saw that picture of that man, right?
Yeah.
Now, did you ever see a picture of Adi?
You know, I did see some pictures of him as you know, I don't want to say in his 30s.
Close to it.
You know, I can't really say for sure if it really looks like him. He seemed like he had like a...
Hold on, let me try to get it right back. Where did it go? There it is. I mean, shit, bro. That's like almost every guy back in Somerville back then looked like.
Yeah, you know, I know he had glasses. Someone had said that he wore glasses most of his life.
Yeah, but I mean, in that case, you think, I don't know if he would have had glasses on, you know. Yeah, it does look like.
I agree.
Pag said Whitey Bulger. I mean, it kind of could. I don't know. It's very hard when you see these
sketches.
Yeah, these sketches done by these artists or whatever. It's just very. Some of them are good. Some of them kind of, yeah, okay. You know, the eyes, we can get the gist of it, but I don't know. I'd never seen what Adi looked like. That's the only reason why I was asking.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, this sketch looks like, you know, could have been a janitor at my school. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's fucking crazy, but you know.
Yeah. I mean, shit. It kind of looks like.
I think Becky G's right. Kind of look. Gus does kind of resemblance Whitey.
And looks like the dude from Tennessee a little bit too.
Yeah.
Back in God damn. Disclaimer. All right, let's see what else. Yeah, that's one.
In the area at the time, and a Somerville firefighter who was questioned early on, but anything remotely close to a lead always seemed to fizzle out.
90% of all homicides, they know the individual. It's very rare where it's a stranger, and it's even rarer in Somerville.
Wow.
The absence of justice has taken its toll on the Cremens, including Deanna's siblings, like her sister, Christine.
She was a fierce fighter for Deanna. She would always come through, and she would always show up at the events, and she would always advocate and fight for her sister, which she'd be doing today if, she didn't have an untimely death.
Year after year, the Cremens never stopped asking that same question. Who killed Deanna? And to this day, they still don't have an answer.
Honestly, it destroyed us. I wish that I could say that we had more stamina than that. It's real hard to have stamina when you can't put two puzzle pieces together. I don't participate in social activities because I feel like I'm the mother of the murdered girl. I don't want that to be all I am. I've sat with people that have said an arrest is imminent. I've been told that I may have to accept her murder may never be solved.
Our correspondent Alexandra Stone spoke with Boston-based producer Jesse Grossi, who says there's a chance the case may be looked at again with fresh eyes.
Should be.
Yeah, I mean,
murders like this don't happen in Somerville. And what was even more traumatizing for the city was that Deanna was a babysitter, and two of the kids she babysat for found her body. That's horrifying, and that sticks with people. And that hasn't been forgotten, and her case hasn't been forgotten by her friends and family. And it's pretty inspiring to see her friends and family relive this constantly because they want justice for her.
How are friends and loved ones keeping Deanna's memory alive?
There was a square named in her honor. So whenever someone drives through a very busy part of Somerville, you see her name. There's a playground named after her. Every year to honor the anniversary, there'll be some sort of event, whether it's a remembrance walk or a mass where Deanna's family went to church. Billboards are put up every once in a while, bringing attention to the case. So there's always something happening by the family and the friends to keep the memory of her alive. When it first happened, there was fear in the community that, oh my God, someone strangled a teenager a block away from her house. And then, as the years went on, that fear turned to frustration that the murderer was never caught. And there's always an underlying sadness that, this young life was lost. Her friends in our interviews talked about how, they were in high school and pulled from class. And this is, really the first time that they ever experienced loss as well. So there's a whole string of emotions when you think about this case.
Is there any hope the person who did this or potential witnesses might still come forward?
Getting a family to agree to relive a terrible tragedy like this is very difficult. So their hope in terms of speaking out and reliving this is that their story will trigger someone who may have saw something or heard something. Even bigger than that, maybe the murderer is watching and it'll hit their conscience. Here's her story. Don't forget, if you know something, speak up. That's their hope, that keeping her tragic death in the attention will garner some sort of tip or the slim chance of a confession.
Lots of cold cases have been solved in the last few years due to improved technology and these genealogy databases. Is that an option in this case?
Well, when I interviewed DA Ryan, I asked her almost the same question. I said, how can DNA help with this case? And her response was that when Deanna was first murdered, DNA was relatively a new concept in terms of forensics. And so the way that her office is treating new technology is that they're always reevaluating new techniques in terms of their cold cases and unsolved crimes. So DA Ryan said there's a cold case unit that's taking a look at some of these old crimes, specifically murders that happened in the past 50 years, and seeing what they can do to re-examine the evidence and looking at new investigative techniques that might help solve this crime.
I'm sure that gives the Kremen family a little hope getting fresh eyes on it, although I'm sure the case has changed hands many times over the years.
When I interviewed Deanna's mother, she said part of the frustration with this case is that district attorneys in Massachusetts that investigate unsolved murders are elected officials. So when this happened in 1995, it was a DA. And then he left, and it was another one. And then it was another one. And then it was another one. So it changes hands, and the case files get turned over, and they do their due diligence, I'm sure. As for Deanna's case, there's hope with this unit. We'll just have to wait and see what it means for the case. The DA says there's never been a suspect in this case. There's never been an arrest. And that's part of the family's frustration, is that all sorts of theories go around, but because it's not official, who knows? And that person who killed her is still out there.
Is there anything else you want viewers to know about this story?
There is a $70,000 reward for information that'll lead to an arrest or a prosecution of this person that killed her. Around the time of her death, I think it was actually the day of her murder, she had a class assignment where she listed her goals. And to hear a 17-year-old say things like she wants to graduate high school, she wants to find a job that she enjoyed, she wants a green convertible, she wants her family to be happy, she wants to live a long, healthy life. That was her last school assignment. Think about the family reading that assignment and they hold on to it and they go through it. You don't know what she would have been capable of doing as an adult. The world lost someone, and it's a potential that was lost, and that's a pretty big tragedy. So stories like this, hopefully it'll get shared and shared and shared, and that something will spark from the story getting attention.
Sure.
Anyone with information regarding Deanna Kremen's unsolved murder is urged to call this confidential tip line. When we come back, a story of
from the story getting attention
regarding Deanna Kremen's unsolved murder is urged to call.
Man,
when you see her boyfriend, the picture of her boyfriend, and I think of
yeah,
that sketch drawing.
it looks like a.
He's got a long face too. I mean.
Yeah, it does look like him, but it looks like almost an adult him. You know what I'm saying? Like
I mean, does he have a father?
That's a great question. See, these are things that,
what's the boyfriend's father look like?
That's a really good point, Kev, because that picture there, he did look like that kid a little. I mean, with the hair, the way it was slicked back, and who knows, maybe his father. I mean, like that cop said, murders like this, especially in Somerville, don't happen unless it's somebody like you really close to, I don't know if this number is still the tip line. I'm sure it is. But $70,000 back then was a lot of money, to offer for a reward. So I don't know if it's gone up. I don't know if it's still there, if it still exists. It doesn't matter, but I'm just saying that's a lot of money to put up for a reward. So you can just see how the public was so just trying to figure out what happened to this little girl. The other thing that was kind of strange with the kid, her ex-boyfriend, was they said that he always walked her home every single night. He always walked her right to the door. But that specific night, and I get it, life happens, things come up. He could have got a call. He could have been going through something. She could have told him to go, whatever. Like, it's almost like, dare I say, John O'Keefe's case. We don't know what happened on the ride home. I mean, the ride to 34 Fairview. Karen left him. Well, so this kid ended up leaving Deanna halfway, and then she didn't make it home.
We
just walked her.
We don't know what that walk. Yeah, like you just said, good point there. We don't know what the conversation was in that walk.
Right. And I guess, well, I seen when I was looking into this before I started, I seen something else where Deanna had like a journal, or she wrote in a journal, and her mother had found it, and it was basically like her kind of saying she wanted to break up with them. I don't want to be wrong on it, but it was basically something like that, like more or less that things weren't the same anymore, and but yeah,
Well, you gotta think about it. I mean, she's 17 years old. I mean, she's probably in her last year of high school. Sometimes that happens with relationships, as you're dating somebody, through high school. You want to go to college, or maybe he was going to college, and you get that little turbulence in between. You're like, well, what do you mean? Where are you going? Yeah. You're going to, Maine University, so you're going to go 2 states away. Like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you don't know. I mean, she might have been going somewhere. She might have said, hey, I want to go after something that I want to do in life,
Well, look at this. This was something that was talked about too, and I think that's how that the fireman came up. She could have planned to meet someone else, which is very true, Becky. And didn't they say she was dating an older guy? I believe she was dating or seeing one of the firefighters, or he liked her or something. Like, he got involved as a suspect. Like, he was a question of he was a person of interest. So yeah, hear it. So this is my boy right here. He grew up with her. He said yes. The older guy was the Somerville firefighter. Okay, yeah. So What happened with him though, Chris? You know, if like, was he ever questioned? Like, as far as being questioned, was he like anything else happen with that? Did he have to go? Is he still a fighter? Was he continue to be a firefighter? Did he have to leave? Like, any repercussions of it? I mean, that's some serious accusations to be made against you, whether or not you're a firefighter or not. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, you know, it's when you think about shit though, you'd be surprised, man. You know.
He was cleared. Someone, Think Speaks says, "Oh yeah, Think Speaks." Oh shit, Think Speaks. She, she get. We know if she said it, then it's
God
damn.
damn, think.
God damn, she thinks it and she speaks it. So he was cleared, huh? Man. E-Pag says, what was his name? My father was a son of a fireman for 40 years. He might remember his name. Goddamn, Pags. Pags wants to know the name, and now she wants to name drop him. Oh shit. Think Speaks is already looking for the FOIA. Gonna
God
pull it
damn.
up. Damn, just went down to 88. We're bringing 88 back, Jay. But yeah, man, it's very sad. You know, a young girl like that had her whole life ahead of her. She looked like she was a pretty girl. Disclaimer, I'm just saying, look wise, I don't know.
How far away is that fire station from her house? That's something I wonder about. You
I
know, you
mean,
get firefighters. I mean, they fight fires. I mean, if there isn't a fire every single day, you know, they're standing out in front of the firehouse. They're
right.
gawking, they're talking, they're having a cup of coffee. You know, adjusting their belts, fucking this, that, and the other thing. Fucking, hey, how you doing?
CB said he had deep ties with some of a family in politics, but he was cleared and then he moved away shortly after he moved. So Somerville was a lot big town for like what is it? You know, different cities. Somerville was big with that politics shit. Like, if you knew somebody and you got, that's why I'm saying when they said Eddie's grandfather was the chief of a retired chief of police, you would think somehow, some way. But I think at that time, that's when, this is where I think for JFK and myself, it hits home because we were DYS kids, grew up, graduated from DYS, and that's just, I was trying to see if I had it close by. But anyway, so I think that's why it touches, because at that particular time and frame in generations, and they made the law where they just passed that law for a juvenile to be charged as an adult. And back then, people say, well, he was 15 years old. I don't think someone like that could have committed the crime. And then same thing with Deanna. Deanna Kremen's boyfriend was probably like 15, 16. And they say they don't think these people could have committed these type of crimes. But that's not true, because back then, they treated us like adults. When we were in DYS, we got beat up by the adults. And so, say you did 3-6 months and then you came home, you had a little side, you did some push-ups, you felt good about yourself, but you just got beat up by adults for 6 months. You got into fights with all the, racial fights. And so it was just that mentality of not really caring, not like, basically, I don't give a fuck what happens. And so I could see some of these kids that, they could have that in them. Not every kid was like that. I mean, it's like the same thing. And not every cop is an asshole, but back then it was a lot different, I think, for kids. Nowadays, kids are just softer than they were back then. That's just a fact. Unless they grow up in like a family of like,
The
boxing.
one, I wanted to mention this too about the Kremens case is that, you know, there was no, they still haven't released any DNA evidence or potential collected evidence, like in a file in entirety on this case, which is like, you know, there's no public record of it. I'm sure they collected evidence, but you know, she was assaulted too. I mean, her pants, one leg was out of her pants. She's missing a sneaker. You know, in my eyes, she was assaulted and maybe
she was raped. And she was
yeah,
definitely raped.
you know,
And someone asked, was it DNA tested? And I believe that she had, you know, she fought back. There was DNA under her fingernails. So why is this DNA not being tested? Hers, the one on Janet Downing. It's crazy. Think Speaks already came back with the boyfriend's name, Tommy LeBlanc.
you know, and you try to think about. I mean, you're thinking about. I mean, I don't know what it costs to get the DNA ran. You know, I mean, I wouldn't want to think that, you know, they're cutting corners on expense. I mean,
right. Well, if
you know what
that's
I'm
the
saying?
case, they just had a $70,000 back then. It was a $70,000 reward. If that was the case, I don't think it was money. I just think it was, you know, nothing to see here type of shit.
You
Why
know?
not DNA? DNA is the. I mean, that solves most cases. Every case, it's more accurate than someone's word. Is my point. So why wouldn't they test the DNA? And can they still test that DNA? Do they still have that DNA? I mean, shit is wild. I was watching the news earlier. Well, yesterday I had seen when it first came up in Southie. They found a skull. You saw that? It was a human skull. Like they were moving a cement like column, and they were like putting a new one there. As they were moving it, there was a perfect skull in there.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're waiting for the remains on that. But it's just wild, man. And to think, you know, how long has it been there? Who, first of all, who does it belong to? They're like, oh, we'll find out if it's a human skull. What else kind of skull do you think it is? It's a human skull for sure. But I mean, it's like it's so. I wish I had a picture of it. You can it literally looks like One-Eyed Willie when he found him.
Yeah, we'll find out if it's a human skull that's encased in fucking cement, right?
God damn, whoever that is, man. Speaking of Whitey, right? That's where he did a lot. I mean, but where was the rest of the body? You know, like so. But that's what they would do. They had
Jimmy Hoffa, bro. It could have been.
Yeah.
Could be Jimmy Hoffa.
Hey, it could be. Shit. Could be.
You know, they said he was fucking. He was dumped in a fucking pillar at a stadium.
Yeah, they said he was buried underneath Yankee Stadium or some shit.
Yeah.
That was like, I mean, bro, those union guys didn't play back then, and that was a union job for sure because it was right on the shore, the docks, all those docks. The guys would come home, you know, from the feds, and right away they would get that job at the docks. Disclaimer: I'm not saying that they had anything to do with it. I'm just saying those type of people is who were hanging out there. So I don't know how long it's been there. Obviously, we'll find out in the news, but you know, it could be I don't know if it was Patriarcha. It could be. I mean, it doesn't have to be mob connected, even though it sounds very mob connected. It could just be some sick individual, you know. That finally, after all these years, I mean, there's another disclaimer. Imagine it was somebody that who's been missing for a while that we've been talking about. They can't find somebody that we were just talking about. I don't know, man. But when it comes out, it'll be something. Octopus. What's that? Oh, I'm trying to read it, bro. It's all like it must be, what do you call it? Like emojis. You see that on the screen? I was
Yeah.
trying to read it. Got set up. But yeah, man, so I don't know. I think that this case is definitely going to get interesting. My buddy's at work, but he knows a hell of a lot about this case. Same thing with the Eddie O'Brien case. And you know, the more I thought about that night that we talked, that store, it like just like a bodega that you would see like when you go in, and like now how they have, you know, one glass case will have you know, weed friggin'
Grinders and
yeah,
fucking
grinders.
ashtrays.
Yes, it was like knives, grinders, all stuff like that was in there. And then in the back, it had the saloon doors, and it made perfect sense. I was talking about this with a friend of mine last night, and she said, yeah, that's what they did back then. They would the older gentlemen would bring their kids there and have their kids over to the left reading the comic books while they were over to the right reading the other books. I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Because I said, why the hell? Remember when I said, you know, it's crazy that they had the comic books in those Playboys or whatever the hell they were in the same room, and that's why they did that. The kids went over in one side and here, take this like basically distracted them with the comic books, and then they had the side where, you know, people did their thing. It's just weird, man. That store, that for it to be open that long, it's like, damn, for the people that own that store, I think they should be questioned too. Those people were weird enough to have stuff like that going on in their own store. I mean, weird times, man. Definitely weird times. And it was also times when, I don't know, was Winter Hill and all that still going on, all like the gang wars and shit. I'm sure they were. When did Whitey leave? Was it before this or after?
What, 95? I mean,
He was already gone? Or no?
Whitey, no, Whitey was he was on the run, I would say.
That's what I'm saying. So like,
Yeah. But I mean, he'd stick his head out, you know.
yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, let's circle back for a second. You know, there was still a lot of, you know, political shifting that was going on. You know, I mean, and that runs deep everywhere. I mean, you know, it's all right. Let's say, you know, let's say the convenience store up the street. You know, the grandfather ran it, the son runs it, and then his son runs it. You know, and a lot of these positional figures that are in, you know, the justice system and working at the courthouse and you know, down to a you know, a mailman, firefighter, police officer. I mean, it's all generational. You know, you grow up in a family like that, you know, it's passed on to the next. And you know, a lot of people, you know, put themselves in play to benefit the next generation, if you understand what I mean, you know.
Yeah.
I'm pretty positive that I heard that, you know, even with at the time of the Eddie O'Brien case, that, you know, one of the judges, his son's a judge now.
Oh yeah. It goes down the
It
generation.
just
You know,
it
a girl said, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just thinking about what you were talking about. Someone said to me last night how um she just finished uh what is it? Criminal she's not a lawyer, but she finished some crime or something. I forget what the hell it's called. But anyway, she was saying, I go, there's good cops, and it sucks for the good cops because they have to fall in line. She's like, they don't fall in line; they become accustomed to it, and it's something that they're accustomed to, and they become. And I'm like, God damn, I never heard it like that. I thought they just like fell in line. She's like, they don't fall in line. Uh, they become accustomed to it. And when she said that, I was like, wow. So, like what you're saying, it goes from a judge. You're saying now another judge's son went down on this case on Eddie O'Brien.
Yeah. Yeah,
Now
he's
he's
now,
a judge.
30 years later now, one of those kids, I'm not saying in that neighborhood, but, one of those kids of a judge is now a judge.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's how, the political and the governmental shifts, those positions that people take. It's not only for wealth and getting a fat pension. It's for setting up the next generation. I mean, it's like when kids go to college. I mean, I'm unfortunately I didn't go to college, but like, and I'm not too familiar with the lingo, but like if you went to some college and you were part of some frat group, fucking llama, and next thing you know, fucking, your son's going to that same college and he's a llama, and now, everybody's, hey, my kid's a fucking llama.
He's a
You know what I'm saying?
Like he's a what?
God damn.
Shit. Yeah, man, I know. So it's like you wish. Well, if I was a llama, he's got to be a llama.
Damn.
And then he's like, "No, I'm not gonna be a llama. I'm gonna be a tortoise."
Yeah.
And like, God damn, I want you to be a llama. Either
But
way,
you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's
Yeah.
almost like, it's just, it's like passing the torch. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just crazy.
I mean, it's like anything. You got children. You got sons. You have a son. I have a son. I'm a son. You always want to look up to your dad, right? But some of us didn't have that opportunity to look up to our dads, and if we did, we didn't take it, or we didn't agree with it, or whatever the reason was that we didn't follow suit. But some of these kids had no choice because it was like embedded in their heads that if you don't do this, you'll be taken out of the will, or the family will neglect you, or whatever the case may be. I don't know. But let me take this down. I just wanted to leave that up if anybody wants to take that number, screenshot it. But I'm gonna take that down. So, you have these kids that did follow suit and did want to become what their dad was, or just try to live up to that hope of what the family, especially when they're paying for them to go to college and shit like that. I was not fortunate enough to have that. But look where we are now. Would you rather be where we're at, or be where somebody was forced to do something they didn't want to do to make their father happy? I mean, I don't know. It's just crazy. And that's, I think, too, what brings it back to the mental health and, the sickness and the quirks, people's quirks. And we all have them. We all have quirks. It's just like this one. This guy right here has got quirks, and you can't fix that. That's something where, like, oh, it's Sunday morning. God bless you. It's Sunday. And you come in there and you say something like that. You can't fix that. That's something that just people they just don't care about life in general. They're out here to hurt people. Like, bro, that's old. Justice for Lauren
He's
Barry.
definitely he's definitely a llama.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. As soon as we said llama, your tortoise, is somebody comes in with the turtle boy shit. And shout out to someone really close to him that gave me a list. And yeah, so that came in handy. But you know, I'm just here trying to live my life and do the right thing. But I can tell you right now, cold case, if there was justice, it would I would have been be talking about that. I wouldn't be talking about anything else. If there was a way to get justice, the only justice I could say and on that is take care of your health and make sure you go to your doctor's appointments and continue if you have health issues, continue to see your primary care. That's all I can say about that. Other than that, it's just stupid to even answer.
Yeah, there's no entertaining that.
That isn't old though. It mattered. Yeah, it mattered to me. What's it matter to you? Like, what does it matter to you? Is it matters nothing to this person. Damn, got all these mods in here. I mean, I usually don't block people, but when you come in talking stupid like that and you don't know what you're talking about, like you're talking about something that doesn't, and the guy who started that shit, it's so funny because the guy who started that, and I'm not gonna get off topic and let people get me upset on a Sunday, on the Lord's Day.
Fuck no.
Um, you know, this is a really this time of year. If you think back last year where I was on a Thanksgiving Day, I didn't have Thanksgiving last year, so I'm kind of excited. This year I don't know what I'm gonna do exactly, but I'm happy that I'll be home for Thanksgiving. But that's life. That's real. You know, that's another thing, being told to go somewhere like that day when I was told I could go to the game and I go there and then the game's over and then, argument, not argument, but disagreement. And then that bullshit happens. It's like, come on. So I'm excited, man, about these holidays coming up. And I miss
Yeah, some good football games, man. That'll
good
be
football games today.
yeah. All the way up to New Year's, man. You get the fucking what is the Orange Bowl and all that bullshit.
Yes.
We get some good games to look forward to too.
Right.
I always liked, man, my mom, man, on Thanksgiving and shit. She used to always make, like the celery with the fucking cream cheese
Cream
and
cheese,
olives and
yeah.
shit.
Yep. Put the
And
cream cheese and the olives and on the celery. I
yeah,
love helping her, man. And then the my favorite thing is the stuffing. I love stuffing.
yep.
You know, the next day too. Someone said, like whoever makes those sandwiches, they taste like shit. They're mush. Or I mean, whoever likes them, they said. I think it was actually what's his name, Portnoy. It tastes like shit. It tastes like mush or something. I could be wrong, but I think it was he was doing a pizza review and they were like, "Oh, you got to try turkey sandwiches or something." But the next day after Thanksgiving, you get the bread with the turkey, stuffing, a little bit of mayo.
Oh god damn,
Yo,
salt and pepper.
man, little salt and pepper. Throw a little maybe cranberry. What's that? Cranberry sauce on it.
Yeah,
Ooh, that's
hell yeah.
that. Yeah,
Yo,
man.
speaking of that, man, uh, if you go to shit, I think it's D'Angelo's.
They got it.
Yo, they got a Thanksgiving sub, bro. Shit's fucking killer.
Damn.
The whole
See,
shit.
I was just gonna say someone should do that.
Thanksgiving Day sandwich and shit.
Yeah, just have one like how you got Umberto's in the North End, and they're only open from like 12 to 3, selling rice balls and arancinis and slices of pizza. You could have a store like that only sold those sandwiches. Those sandwiches were popping, man. I love those sandwiches. Those were good. I don't give a shit what anybody says.
Yo, there used to be a spot, man. I don't know if it was, it was on Broadway going into Chelsea. You might cut through Chelsea into, I'm trying to think, maybe it was, but there used to be a little bakery, little side door, man. You could go in and get a bagel hot dog, bro.
Yeah, the bagels. Me and Regano used, my boy Regano, Chris Regano, passed away.
Yeah, I think I've seen him up
Yeah,
there.
yeah. We used to go there and get bagels. Like on a weekend, on like today, he'd take a ride to Chelsea, and it was like a little corner store.
Yeah,
like
you'd come into that square. You'd have to like spin around the circle.
Yeah, because we got pulled over for going through. I think it was but you know him, man. He always got lucky. He had a horseshoe up his ass. We got pulled over. They had cops everywhere. I'll never forget that day because I had his dog just like you, and he was right on my shoulder, and the cop was on the passenger side telling me, tell the dog to stop barking. I'm like, he's a dog, bro. I can't just, hey, stop barking, like he's not gonna
speak dog or shit.
Yeah, man. It was like, but yeah, we went there and got bagels, and they're like, I think they make the bagels there, if I'm not mistaken. They're fresh bagels. Yeah, delicious.
Yeah, you'd get a little wax paper sleeve, man. It was called a bagel dog, man. You'd get that hot dog, and with the bagel wrapped around it, they give you a little spicy brown mustard packet with it and shit, man. Back in the day, man, we'd just take a mission out there for them. Those were always, it was a good spot, We used to have one here in Lynn, man. It was right on Union Street, man. You could go up, get a slice of pizza and shit. It was just a little fucking door, man. You just walked in, and they were open till 2 a.m. You walk right up in there, get a pizza, man. Slice of cheese.
Yo, when you were talking about this sub at Subway.
God damn.
Oh shit! The whole time you were talking about it, I'm just thinking.
Right out in front of Roller World, man. Right, yeah, Roller World, man. They got that Papagino's and the D'Angelo's, man. They're like a split fucking restaurant, man. They got a turkey sub in there, bro.
Damn, bro, that shit ain't. It probably isn't turkey though.
Yo, it's turkey, bro. God damn.
Yo, is it like turkey, like deli meat, or is it real turkey?
Nah, bro, it's the real deal, bro.
It's not the real deal. It's a rotisserie, bro. Hey,
God damn.
Whatever it is, man, you like it?
He said shut, bro. God damn.
He said it sounds suspect, bro. Oh man, we need to go over there and do a check now. JFK. Hey, we need to check it out. Oh man.
Yeah, I might have to do a review on that place, man, later. Maybe I'll walk up in there and shit live and shit.
Yo, for real.
God
now
damn.
You're gonna have to, because everybody in here is expecting to hear how good this sub was. I mean,
God
Subway. Damn. I'm trying to think the only sub I ever ate from Subway, because I remember I used to when I first, actually that was my first job when I got out of DYS at Subway. I lasted like maybe 3 weeks, but I remember the meatball sub was good, but then meatballs were not like homemade. So that's the only thing I can compare it to. You're talking about homemade turkey. There's no way, if they couldn't make a homemade meatball, those meatballs would bounce off the ground. You could throw it, bounce it.
God damn, Super Bowl. God damn, Super Bowl.
Shit.
Fuck. James was bouncing the meatballs off the floor in the fucking. Yeah, that job didn't last long. Motherfucker was playing golf. The fucking meatballs, shit.
Oh shit! But
God,
damn. What else? Subway. Turkey sub. Huh? That's a sub where you know, there's a lot of touch and everything to put it in there. I just pause if necessary. I wouldn't. I just can't see them making that. Yeah, Italian, this, that, whatever, maybe. I don't know. Making changes. What up, man? Shit in Lynn Woods.
Fucking Lynn Woods turkey. I hear you. God damn.
What's up with Lynn's Woods?
God damn.
Lynn. Oh, you got it from the Lynn Woods. Man. Leftover coyote meat. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's fucked up right there.
Oh shit, making changes said it's real turkey. My wife worked for Papagino's for 15 years in corporate for them.
Yeah, yo, I'm telling you, man. They got a whole sheet of cheesy bread, man. You buy a fucking whole sheet of that shit, man.
Crazy. Is it new? Like, did they just start doing it this year?
Nah. It's not Subway, it's at D'Angelo's or whatever.
Oh, D'Angelo's.
Yeah. There's not too many of them around.
Yeah, no, D'Angelo's, I think, was where I worked. Not Subway, you're right, D'Angelo's. Because it was in Malden, I think there was a D'Angelo's. It was right next to where the Walgreens is, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, them shits changed over. It changed over a lot. Three turkeys crossing 3 lanes. Yeah, shit is wild.
God damn.
Yeah, Jay, I don't know if you caught the beginning of the live. I was saying how I was upset about Social Security card bouncing me.
Bouncing, yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying. I ain't never fucking gonna.
I'm saying they were those type of meatballs. Yo, bro, they were just because when you bite them, they were like spongy. It wasn't like a real good Italian meatball. Pause. I don't want to talk about meatballs, but it's like, bro, these meatballs were like, you know, they just weren't making changes. You're gonna tell me they were made straight from Italy? Those meatballs.
God damn! They bounced them all the way over here.
Here we go. Easy. What's this one? After COVID, after COVID, they lost a lot of franchise. They lost a lot of franchises. Yeah, and they lost a lot of meatballs too.
God damn.
Shit.
They're up on Gannon Golf Course and shit.
Man, playing tennis they're playing handball with them right now in Billerica.
God fucking handball.
Oh shit, man. But yeah, so we and Kev touched on that video. We're gonna get some videos together. Like I said, my boy CB is up in the chat, and he's somebody who knew both families well. He's actually still good friends with some of the families, so he can get a lot of people up here that can speak on it. And I think that's good. People that were around back then that knew Deanna and knew Eddie, knew of these cases. I think it's a good thing to have those people around because who knows better than them, you know?
You know, it'd be nice to see a list of, potential suspects. You know what I'm saying? Like, just, friends of the family, people that were in her life that, she was a babysitter, so that means she was inside other people's homes and shit.
Yeah, that's a good point too, Kev. She was inside people's homes, and it's so sad because the two of the kids she had babysat had found
her. Yeah.
And, I guess after a while, the mother started feeling like, the boyfriend. I don't even know if he went to the funeral. I think he denied a polygraph test. He said he wouldn't take it. And then he just stopped like communicating with them. So
it's almost like, what's crazy too is like, it's almost like you need to, go back to basics and get a whiteboard and stop making that connection. You know what I mean? You're writing names down. You start crossing shit off, and you know, you gotta eliminate, potential, people that aren't suspects, but you want to highlight the potential people that could have been involved. That it's just it's crazy. I mean, did she have a job? Did she work somewhere? Was she, did she have a part-time job on the weekends? In between school. You just don't know.
Right. Well, I think that's a that's a good point when you said, she worked. She worked. Why is this? She was in other people's houses, and were any of these guys creeps? I mean, you had a lot of creeps back then. You had a guy that was older that was dating her. She was a young girl. He's a firefighter. What the fuck's he dating a high school girl for? I mean, it's just weird behavior. JFK, I sent her a Facebook Messenger. Kev, you there? JFK?
What up? What up? What up? What up?
What up, man? What up? Kev, where'd you go?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't know where Kev just went dark. His whole screen went black.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
He's here. There we
God
go.
damn.
We back in the game, man.
Back in the game.
Yeah, making changes. You were lied to, man. That D'Angelo shit was not fucking authentic. You out of your mind, kid?
God damn.
Yeah, man.
JFK
What
saying
type?
that shit was canned turkey.
That shit
Oh,
was straight process, man. Come
it
on,
was
bro.
process.
What are we talking about here? My man was acting like they was in there cooking turkeys up and shit. He's acting like that shit was Boston. He's acting like that shit was Boston Market and shit. That was D'Angelo's, son.
D'Angelo's.
Straight deli meat.
That's
That's
slimy deli meat.
make a change. It said, make a change. It said, I know the people that that are at corporate.
He said
He said
went all
corporate.
He went corporate on our ass, bro.
Corporate D'Angelo's. Hey, make a change. Just do me a favor. Tell your story walking.
God damn.
We ain't hearing that shit, dude. This is the layover, bro.
That was
Oh,
jelly
shit.
meat. That wasn't deli meat.
Man. Well, I mean, now Kev, he's gonna do a review on these turkey sandwiches. Shit.
Damn.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah, well, if he can find one, dude, they shut them D'Angelo's down. He's gonna have to go out to Worcester, kid, to find one of those, man.
Nah, Route 1, bro.
They still got one on Route 1?
Route 1.
Going, bro. You know.
You still eating them turkey sandwiches?
God damn. God damn.
Damn, you haven't learned your lesson, though.
I'll tell you right now, man. I got viciously sick on Friday. No, was it Friday night? Yeah, Friday night. I went and got Mike's roast beef. You know how they close at 2. I got it at like quarter of. I mean, it tasted good when I was eating it. Next morning, bro, I mean, it was bad. I was like sweating out a fever. It was bad. I was sick, man. I ain't never had food poisoning before, and I felt it for the first time. So I won't be going back to Mike. It's sad because I like Mike's. Maybe it was a time, you know what I'm saying? That it was like they were closing 15 minutes and their grills have been on all day. But all I got was a roast beef and cheese 3-way light mayo.
Right.
Still, yeah, I got sick. That's why I really don't mess around with those stores, no, like those places, those little fast food chain restaurants and shit. Because you can't trust them.
Nope.
But I mean, if Kev's swearing on that turkey sandwich, you got to do the review now because I'm
Yeah.
hungry too. So, nurse of the internet says she's hungry. JFK, feed her, feed me, feed me.
God
Yeah,
damn.
man. So Jay, I don't know. What do you think about this Deanna Kremen case? As far as what you've seen, do you think the boyfriend didn't walk her home that night because he knew something was gonna happen? Do you think? I mean, what do you think about it so far from what we saw?
Mic check to the gods. So what I think is, I think that the Eddie O'Brien case happened. That's what I think.
Yeah, I know
You
that
know,
happened.
no, I'm saying March of 1995 that happened, and then July of '95 the Eddie O'Brien case happened. So the DA's office, on a political ploy, a political move, I just think he focused on the Eddie O'Brien case. For some reason, he didn't focus on that case.
Mhm.
For whatever reason, that shit got washed. I don't think if the Eddie O'Brien, excuse me, let's be clear, if Janet Downing didn't get slaughtered 98 times, slashed up, I think her murder took, and I hate to say it like that, people, you know what I mean?
But
R.I.P. Janet
overshadowed.
Downing.
No, that's the way it happened, and this
That's
was
the way it happened. So the way they framed it up, the story was more juicy. I think he was in it for his political gains, and I think that she felt, Deanna, took the hit. So there's another victim in this case. Not only is Janet Downing's a victim, Deanna's a victim behind this Eddie O'Brien case, because if the Eddie O'Brien Janet Downing situation would have never happened, Deanna would have been all eyes on her. That's what I
yeah.
think.
I think that's a great point. Main focus. They would have continued focusing on her case. I mean, just the way she was found too. Like, yeah, Janet Downing's case, it was like some heinous, sick individual to stab somebody like that. But it's also a sick individual to sexually assault a young girl, leave her half
I mean,
clothed.
Deanna knew Adi. That's a fact. That's been corroborated
See, that's
by
that's crazy, man.
by
I know.
Danny.
Yep.
That's been corroborated that she knew him, and she said, she used to see him park at Star Market. She used to see um
The cab.
Adi. Yeah, Adi parked at Star Market, and what do you call it? Deanna used to work at Star Market.
Where's that? That stock market was on Beacon Street, right? In Somerville? Because now that I think about it, there was a bar across the street. I remember that stock market. And like you had the parking lot where the people parked to go shopping, and then you had like the front row where cars would just pull in, do whatever they had to do, roll a joint, leave. But most cars would pull in, most of the cabs too, and just pull in and wait. Um, oh, it was on Broadway near, yeah, right near her house. So Broadway, Somerville. Oh, okay, it was up over there where the Walgreens and stuff is.
Yeah, it was right up like past can you hear me?
Next, yeah, I can hear you, Jay.
Yeah, it was right up. It was right on Broadway, man. Like right going up towards Winter Hill. I would assume that's Winter Hill area, right? When you
Yeah,
start
near
going up
Falls,
Broadway.
right near Falls Park.
Yeah, I mean, I used to go there. I used to go to the sub shop over there with this caseworker John. Well, this staff member John when I was in Mentor. So I know
Yep.
that area. Plus, I said my dad. You know what I mean? My dad's from Somerville,
I
so I
remember
used to be up
John.
there.
He had like the big he was kind of a big dude. He had like a blue grandma key thing,
I don't
dude.
remember what kind. Nah, this guy had curly hair, and he used to take me in the van. I don't remember his whip. But
Oh,
he used
I
to take
remember
me in
he
the van. We used to go.
taught
We
me.
used to go to a sub shop, man, like on Friday nights and shit, like because my points were up. And I don't know.
Yeah,
And I remember driving by. I remember just scoping out that Star Market parking lot just in case I was thinking about, running from this dude one night. I was thinking like, where can I get me a whip? I was like, oh, that Star Market parking lot. That's where I'm heading to. I'm gonna get me
well,
a
that's where it
Grand
was.
Dam. I'm gonna get
Yeah.
me a
After
Grand Dam and
after the
be out.
sandwich, after the sub though, right?
Get me a
What did you
double
say,
dude.
I
Kevin
said
Kev?
after the sub though, right, JFK?
I
He
hear
said
Kevin
after,
Kev.
he said after the sub, right? You get the sub first.
I can't hear Kevin Kev. What's up with that?
I don't know, Kevin.
Now you
What
can't
happened?
hear me?
I
I
can
can
hear
hear
you
you.
now. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
I
hear
can
you
hear you
now.
now.
I was saying after the sub, man. After the sub, man. That, that's when I would have dipped.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah.
about it, man, but I was doing good over there, man. My mind, I had itchy feet, man, back then, man. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? I mean, I was thinking about dipping a couple of times, but I spent a lot of my juvenile days able, and that shit gets
Gets old after
tedious, man. It gets tedious, man. Ducking. I mean, I was on the run for a lot of years, man. I mean, the longest I was on the run for was like a year, and that shit was an everyday job, man. An
that. Yeah.
everyday job to stay to stay to stay out. Dudes are like, "Yo, let's go sit at the bus stop, man, and wait for the bus." All right, man. What are you doing? I'm gonna be in the tree. Straight up. You know what I mean? Tell me when the bus is coming, and I'll jump off the tree, and I'll jump on the bus with you guys.
Oh man, he's not lying. You had
Like
that's how you
shit.
had to move.
That's how you had to move, man. Like that's the type of shit that I've been through as a juvenile. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I did that shit, man. I lived that life, man. That shit is a wild life, man. But yeah, but back to Deanna, man, through that space and time, you know what I mean? I think that's the reason why these cases, um, you know, spark our interest so much because we were young back then, and teenagers, you know what I mean? And and so weren't they, and now all these people, the mother, Deanna's mother's probably in her 70s, I would assume, and Audie's in the 60s, and here we are, we're creeping up to our fifth level. So I mean, it's just crazy, and I was thinking of something today, that when they said, they used to say in DYS, or they used to say, when you get arrested, the cops used to say, "Hey, we're trying to save your life, we're trying to save your life, we don't want to see you end up doing life in prison."
Right.
Right? And then you think you're sitting back now, and I done seen people from that space and time in the 90s who really did their life in prison. You know what I mean? Or just recently got an habitual, or got 20 years at 50, and they ain't gonna get out until they're 80. Like, so I seen that. Like, I lived enough to see people actually do their life, or like ain't gonna get out until their life is almost over. And we're seeing that with Eddie. You know what I mean? 30 years in, that's not his life. He's still a young man. He's only 45. I get all that. But still, you would have never thought in the 90s you would ever live to see someone do a 30-piece chicken. And I
Nah.
seen that more, and I seen that more than once. I
But
seen
Jay,
that more than once.
do you believe that also? I know that, well, I do know you believe this, that DYS kind of groomed us to go into adult prison. And I saw last night you said to Kevy Kev, how come you don't think, I was watching the playback on this morning, you said, how come,
Hey, James Jackson Daler, congratulations. JFK just blocked your ass. Have a good one, buddy. See you
oh,
later. You
Jesus.
didn't you didn't know I was a plumber.
I
See you
know.
later. I got a wrench on this channel. Have a good night.
It's crazy. I haven't even been getting that. I got one earlier. Someone came in asking questions, but no, I haven't done that either in a long time. So everything I talk about is out there. I mean, but anyway, I was just saying, I think DYS kind of groomed kids our age back then to be prepared for prison. So when he got that, I mean, shit, being told you get in life, no response out of him. I think he was more just like, all right, now I got to toughen up. You know, he knew shit was about to get real. Um,
I mean,
but
I'll tell you this, man. I mean, you know, we talked about this last night. I mean, we put up Riley. Riley, after they talked about the truth serum. And that's the good thing. It's no different than going over the waterfall video over and over again. You see different things, you hear different things. There's a guy named Rocco. He's probably watching this too. This guy named Rocco that's been leaving comments on the video after the facts, after the streams. And he's like, "You guys don't even know all the facts of the case." Well, we might not know. We might got a couple of things wrong, or um might have misspoke a couple of times, but make no mistake, we know everything about the Eddie O'Brien case. We understand it. I talked to Margot Nash. I talked to Keith, his lawyer, Margot, his lawyer. I talked to Adi himself. I talked to the parents. I talked to witnesses that never were talked to. Riley never talked to Gina, and Riley never talked to Danny.
In the
And
last
I
in the last
talked to them.
couple months,
Let me
you've
just
talked
say
to more people than probably the
that.
investigators.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, but in the court of law, this guy was Rocco was saying that we don't understand. Like he was trying to make a point that we don't know the facts of the case, the DNA, the blood evidence, and we do. And to put it to the simplest form is it's a fact that Eddie O'Brien's blood was in the house. That's a fact. Based on how much blood and how they figured it was his blood and where they got the blood and all these different things that you want us to explain all these nuances and you want us to read it, you want us to read the person who said it, and you want us to get all technical, Melanie Little on you. We're not going to do all that. We're just going to tell everybody, listen, his blood was in the fucking house, right? And we can guide you to the court documents if you want to read them, so you guys can get the technical terms that you need if that's what you must have. If you're one of them people that need to know all that. I mean, if you're the type of person that wants to know where your sweatshirt is made, then go ahead, buddy. The tag's there. You can look. It's made in Japan. Congratulations. You know what I mean? Me, I like the fucking sweatshirt. I put it on. I don't give a fuck where it's made.
right?
That's just me. Um, so at the end of the day, what I'm saying is what I know about Riley is that when he was confronted on about the truth serum, he said it doesn't matter in the truth serum because he can never speak on why his blood was in the house. And then he also said what's never going to change is Eddie O'Brien got
Is
found
that him
guilty
right there, Jay?
of
Rocco
murder.
Morelli. He's in the chat now.
Is he? Yeah, there he
Rock,
is. What up, Rocco?
what up,
Yeah,
Rocco?
yeah. Well, Rocco's not a bad guy. I mean, he's not saying anything bad. Rocco. I'm not talking shit about you, Rocco. I'm just speaking on what I just defended on what you're saying that I don't know the facts of the case. I mean, I beg to differ with you. I think I went over them. Pretty precise. But one thing I do know, we're going on, people's actions and people's wordplay. And Rocco made a great point. Rocco said there's no way a 15-year-old kid would just not make any type of have any type of emotion, you know what I mean, when facing these charges. And I left the comment back and I said, I understand. You're right. You know what I mean? If you're gonna look at it like that, you go on, his snarkiness and the way he's like joking about it and things like that. Is there another side to this dude? Because he is cracking jokes about it. He's like, no, I knew she was 42, and nah, I was 17. I mean, I was 15. 42,
When
and
was
he's
that?
like,
During his investigate? During his
nah, this was during when he was in Cambridge in the white suit.
Oh,
He was
oh,
in the kitchen suit doing an interview, and he was right before the trial. I mean, shit, it might have been one of the nights of the trial. You know what I'm saying? It might have
but
been
that's
one of
how
the
he was in
nights.
Cambridge. I remember I was on a tear in Cambridge when he was there, way back, and he just cracked jokes. Like even I don't know how he is now, but back then he cracked jokes that we wouldn't be saying right now. Is what I'm saying. He just didn't care. He was a big guy. Nobody gave him shit. He took up the whole doorway when he stood there. So
I mean, that's another thing. Did his big size, that's the thing. You're saying, see, that's another thing that you're saying. You're saying that he imposed his will with his big size. People are saying he was totally the opposite of that he didn't see himself as a big guy. He never, acted that way. The point I'm trying to make is at the end of it, when it's all said and done, Riley said the truth serum means absolutely shit because he never can prove the blood evidence in the house. And then he also said that he got found guilty and that's never going to change. So, and then you got to think, well, let's just trace back where Riley was at. Riley did show up to the scene and Riley did show up at the CPAC unit, and they did take vials of blood off of Eddie O'Brien. Now, the thing is, are we saying, without saying it, because no one's saying it yet, right? Are we saying that the CPAC unit planted blood? Is that what we're saying?
There's a good chance of it. I mean, they
I
could
mean,
have.
is that the only? That's my point. So to Rocco's point, is that the only way you can? Is that the only way that you can describe? Or excuse me, is that the right word I'm looking for? Is that the only way you can explain? Yeah, explain. Excuse me. Is that the only way you can explain how the blood got in the house, or did he get cut in the house? Which means if he got cut in the house by the person who put the knife to his neck, then he knows who that person is. So how do you explain it? Where we at with it?
Yeah, and then you say there was a shoe print at the time, and didn't match up to his size or some shit. There was definitely 3 people in the house. I
Think
still
Speak
don't.
says, sorry, James. Think Speak says that's not the only way. Think Speaks. Tell me there's another way. That I don't want to hear conspiracies. I don't want to hear that a dinosaur popped up from the bones in the back and the dog had fucking blood on its tail. I don't want to hear none of that fucking conspiracy shit. I want to hear factual shit.
Yeah. Um. I mean, Think Speaks does a lot of work going real in on this case, and
Yeah, but when you go real in thinking that Eddie's
you
not
can
the
get into a
killer,
real rabbit hole too.
exactly. But if you go into thinking Eddie's not the killer, then you're gonna go into every way how the blood. There's another way the blood got there.
Right. You
Why
gotta look
not?
at it.
Why not the blood? Why not the blood just be there from Eddie?
Right.
Right?
Why
How do
Eddie
you
was that
know?
simple. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, everybody keeps saying he's a 15-year-old kid. He couldn't have done that. What do you mean? He's 240 pounds, bro.
Right.
6'4". What do you mean he couldn't have done that?
I beg to differ. Um, like I said in the beginning, back then, kids that age were at a different level, especially kids that were. I don't know if Eddie did DYS time or any time before that, or if he had
Oh
friends that were
man,
into
Eddie
it.
didn't do nothing, bro. That's the point, cuz.
Yeah, but bro, that store.
James, man, James, we did 19 episodes. You were only on 2, so I
All right,
suggest
but
you go back and watch some. 100,000%. He did not do no like you can't. That's the whole point. That's the whole point about this. He didn't. He was an altar boy, bro. That's the whole thing about this. That's the mystery of the whole thing. The dude is not that guy. He's not. He's nowhere close to what me and you were growing up at all. Totally the opposite. On Friday night, he went to church. On Friday night, did you go to church?
nah.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean. So I'm just trying to put you up on game. You know what I mean? Like never did no DYS time, and that's the reason why you would think he would be more outspoken. When he in that interview when he was in Cambridge jail, he already had 2 years in, and right. So he went from Plymouth, right? I don't know what Kev does when he clicks on these lives, man. I think he's underneath cars with lights and fucking wrenches and ratchets. But dude, you need to calm down. But here's the thing: when 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 he was in Plymouth DYS, he was under. You know how it is in DYS. It's mad strict. Can I step? You
Yep.
can't cuss. You can't swear. You get restrained, and so on and so on. Right? He gets. He turned 17 years old, and he's going to start his murder trial. They ship him to the 20th floor, the 19th dorm. He goes from strict to the 19th dorm. So I'm gonna hand it to you. He went from he went from he went from hold on a second. He went from the
Being told what to do.
DYS to the 19th dorm.
Damn. I mean, li- basically he went from a altar boy to a man in less than an hour. To say the least, he went from a little boy to a man. That's completely
Now
different.
I want you to paint the picture, man.
All
I
right,
want you to, you're the only person that can understand this.
so
Bro, he went from Plymouth locked in a cell. Can I step? Can I step? Can I step? Right? To you can't cuss. You got to go to school in the morning. To getting in a van going up to Cambridge jail to the 19th dorm. Paint the picture what the 19th dorm was like, bro.
It's like, have you ever been to a zoo and like well, actually, I ain't like it's just crazy. People shaking the bars on the cells, screaming, blood out. It's wild, man. It for a kid that age to go from DYS, where people are telling you can't swear. You, like JFK said, you got to go to school. You got to ask to step out. Everything is so structured to make you, like I don't know what they were trying to do, but whatever they were trying to do to
It was
just
juvenile rules.
juvenile rules to just Wild West, where you're not.
Keep in mind, when you're in DYS, you're a resident. You're not an
Right.
inmate. So he went from being a resident in a DYS to
To
an
a
inmate.
cell, to an inmate, to a cell where he's locked in a cell and he's
Well, no, he
around.
wasn't locked in a cell on the 19th dorm.
Oh, the
That's the
19.
point.
Yeah,
He
he's got.
wasn't in the dorm, dude. So let me refresh James's memory.
Yeah, it's been a
He went
while.
from he went from he went from a strict situation. That's all right. You can just give him the ratchet set. He needs the ratchet set, Kevy Kid. Right? Hey, he went from a strict setting, right, to a potty, to straight all out. Like Cambridge was insane. Showtime and the not see this was prior. When you went to Cambridge in '98, it was the same. It was the same from '95 and '98. It was the same in that pocket, the window at the time. It was the same shit. So you seen it. But he went from that structure to straight up freedom. It was like freedom at that point. You know what I mean? It was like he got free. He's working in the kitchen. He gets to eat all the pancakes. He's the canteens on the 20th. He's working in the kitchen on the 20th floor where the roof's at, and canteens on the 20th. So the COs are opening up the canteen for him. He's grabbing Suzy Q's. He's eating all the good food. He's
All
having
the
a
ice
fucking
cream.
party up there.
He's loved.
Pepsi plus cigarettes was there at that time in '95. He's smoking lovely. Like, yo, bro, he went from this crazy ass pod lifestyle, like a Middleton, right, to a fucking open, like to a potty. And then he goes downstairs and has an interview with the news in a white jumpsuit. Like, you know what I mean? Like he was bound to fail in that interview, you
Mhm.
know? You know
So
how
you think
Cambridge was. It was a wild
right?
place, man.
So you think that for him going there, that affected his mind frame of maybe thinking that it was kind of cool, like where he was from compared
Yeah.
to yeah, that's
Hell
what
yeah.
yep.
Hell yeah. I mean, it was like a freedom. It was like he got out. Plus, think about it. Now his visits are every day. His parents don't have to drive to Plymouth. They're right
Oh,
down the street in Cambridge. You know what I'm saying?
Plus with his case, I mean, people up there were probably like, oh shit, here's this dude, man. Remember hearing about him? Blah blah blah. Like he had like this little. I'm not saying it
It's
was a
not.
good
It's
rep.
not. See. You just used the word remember. There was no
it was all over
remembering.
the news.
There
Yeah,
was
it was
no remembering. That shit was That shit was on everybody's mind. People read the paper. That's all you do in the joint. Send it. Send that paper.
they're
You're
waiting for him.
watching the news.
Yep, they
They're
know what to
watching the
say.
news. The crazy part about jail dudes is, you know what they do? They watch cops and they watch the news. I used to have to walk up to the TV and change the channel when they were watching cops. I used to be like, yo, why are we watching cops? You guys like watching people? We're in jail. You guys want to watch people getting arrested. The fuck?
Saturday was for
Spanish
Spanish.
time.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Oh man.
But they watch the news, man. These fucking people watch the news. They put that news on at 4 o'clock, man. You know what I'm saying? Right after Jerry and Maury's over and all that shit, man. 4 o'clock, or the Cosbys are over. 4 o'clock, that news is going on, man. And they watching that shit. They're riding that shit out till 6:30, 7 p.m. The news. So believe me, he was in that news cycle steady at that time.
Facts. Norman said Ed ran into Artie in the house and Artie cut Ed's hand. Sounds nuts, but we know Artie likes kitchen knives. Hmm. That's a good that's a good narrative right there, no?
Yeah, well, that's a great narrative. But here's the question: why didn't Eddie ever say it?
Right. And
Why didn't
and
he ever say it?
that's where I, get confused with this whole shit. It took him 2 weeks, and the only thing I can think of is that he knew whoever was in the house. Um, that's just my opinion. I don't know if it's true, but 2 weeks later, and then like you just said, Jay, he went from DYS to Cambridge, where everybody's waiting trial, everybody's waiting to be sentenced, and they're telling him what to say. Basically, all these jailhouse lawyers are in there telling him, "Do this, do this, say that," and he's 15 years old. So yeah, he's a big guy, but his mind is not um, fully developed on what the hell he should be doing.
He's got
But
2 years in, bro. He's got a long time in, man. You know
well,
what I'm
that
saying? And that's the whole point to segue back on that question that you asked, did he ever do DYS time? That's the whole point. You would assume that having 2 years in, after 2 years, right? And then going from there to Cambridge. Now, if he would have went from, I think that if he would have went from Plymouth to South Bay or to Nashua Street and he did that interview, I bet you that shit would have been a little different. I bet you that shit would have been a little different. I bet you he would have been like, yo, I want to get the fuck out of this place. I bet you he would have been like,
Right.
get me out of here. But yo, when you go downstairs from Cambridge, I'm trying to tell you, Cambridge was a wild place. And he's a Somerville boy. So he knew he was already protected by all them Somerville Charlestown cats up there. Because the Charlestown tough guys, they're all tough guys, right? But you ever notice all the Charlestown guys, they don't get arrested in Suffolk County. They all get arrested on purpose in Middlesex County because they don't want to go to the Bay. They want to do all their time in Cambridge and Bill Ricker back then. All the tough guys. Yeah, dude, I'm from Charlestown, dude. I robbed 9 banks, dude. Yeah, kid. So why you in fucking Middlesex County? Why ain't you in South Bay? Because you come over because you guys get arrested. I swear to God, this is how insane the system was back then. There was guys who would go to Middlesex County and pick up probation cases, like legit try to get arrested on purpose so they would get on probation for like 2 years, right? And then they would go out and get arrested anywhere else, right? Whether it's in Springfield, whether it was in Essex County, Middleton, another bad stop you don't want to be at, and they would pick up a case. You know what they would do? They would, right when they picked up that case in that county, they would automatically violate their probation in Middlesex County, and they would get a speedy trial to Middlesex, whether it was Malden District, Somerville District, right? They or Cambridge. They would go to Middlesex County and they would cop out to their probation time. So they would sit on wait. So whatever time they were going to get in that county upstate, right? Because most of them were indicted, they would sit it out doing their probation time in Bill Ricker. They would do that shit. They were such jailhouse mechanics, so to speak, like playing the system. They would do that shit on purpose. I can't even tell you how many Southie and Charlestown dudes was in Middlesex County. All am I lying, James?
no, not at all. It's I'm just reading these comments. Yeah, man. In Middlesex. You had guys from Lowell. There's a lot of Lowell kids there.
Well, that's what I'm
Most
saying. Middlesex County is Lowell, Marlboro, Framingham, Fitchburg, Everett, Malden, Somerville, Cambridge. Like the biggest, them are the biggest cities in that county, right? So you would have a lot of Framingham cats, a lot of Marlboro cats, obviously a lot of Lowell cats, mad Lowell cats, right? Who are tough guys too. Them dudes are all boxers, right? They all want to be like Mickey. And then you got a lot of Cambridge kids, and then obviously the Malden and Everett kids, Method kids, Somerville, of course. But what I'm trying to say is that people used to play the system. They would know how to play the system and manipulate it and move it around so it would suit them when they go out and do something, right? Because they were looking at a life of crime. So if you went to Cambridge in that period of time, chances are you bumped into them people who had that mindset of how they were going to do their time, where they were going to do their time, and who's who and where's everybody at. Okay, yo, Marty and Billy, though, they're in Walpole, dude, and Johnny's in Norfolk, dude, and if I get a fucking, I'm going to go to the medium, kid, and see my boy Hunter. You know what I mean? They
That's
know
what they.
where everybody's at. So here comes this kid, and everybody's like, dude, you're gonna be all right, dude. As soon as you get up the pole, kid, and you get up the way, dude, when you get up the way, you're gonna be good, dude. There's gonna be Repo's gonna be up there, Bubba's gonna be up there, dude. They're gonna take care of you, kid. Trust them. Oh, you got an interview tonight, dude. Go down there and tell them you didn't do it, kid. No, just tell them you didn't do it.
Exactly what they were doing. And that's where I think he was like, his mind was pulled in so many directions. He's like, what the fuck's going on, bro?
It hit him fast, bro. It hit him
It hit
fast.
him
And like I said, that's why I said that Middlesex County stop, man, put him in the fucking time machine, bro, because that place, man, you ain't getting that place was ran, it was straight prison mentality, man. Like you go up there, it's like, it was just different. It was open. There was no hiding. There was none of that. You was just out in the open. And if you was a good dude, you know, you got love. If you were a piece of shit, you got hate. So um it's just a different it was just a different mentality, man. You know what I mean? In them dorms, it was a dorm setting. It was just different. And he went from taking truth serum to being 15 to 17 in the adult system. And if that was any indication of what the adult system was going to be like, and that was going to be what the rest of his life was going to be like, maybe at that point he was like, fuck it. you know I got friends in here. I never even had friends like this, my whole life. You know
These
what I
guys
mean?
are looking out for me. They really care about me.
Man, these fucking honey buns are good as shit. I never even tried these.
It's crazy, but like last night, man, when we watched that, he said that reality isn't here; it's outside with my friends, my family, and friends. And someone had brought up the point that like, what do you mean, friends? Like all your friends turned on you; they're all blaming you for this. And you had said, JFK, like he's talking about the people that he met the past couple of years that have already gotten out. Like,
Perfect example. We got Jimmy T up in here, bro. All Jimmy T's friends. I mean, I'm like Jimmy. Me and Jimmy's been friends on the street. I mean, for years. And I shit. I mean, not a lot of people knows Jimmy's mother. And Jimmy's sister. And I was around for that. R.I.P. Jimmy's mom's. She used to scream at him, Jimmy, you motherfucker. You know what I mean? But Jimmy ran amok. Jimmy used to know how to dance too. Don't get it twisted. Jimmy T was a little dancer back then. Jimmy T, don't think I fucking forget you busting moves, kid. I remember you. I remember
God
you busting
damn.
moves, Jimmy T. You need to calm the
God
fuck
damn.
down, dude. Jimmy
Doing the
had
rubber
Jimmy.
man right now.
Yeah, Jimmy was in the game, kid. Jimmy was liked by a lot. He still is. He's liked by a lot of people. But the point is, Jimmy did so much time. A lot of his friends are from the inside.
Yeah. So Jimmy must have crossed paths with Eddie up there.
Nah, he said he didn't, but he
He
knows
never
everybody he
did.
knows. Nah, they never bumped heads.
Wow. Yeah, it's just crazy because like the guy we know, you just said his name, Repo. Um, he said that he was up there with him, and the story he had said was the was the word in jail. That Eddie took the blame for somebody else in the family, and that night I actually asked Eddie's father when I was on the show, and he right away said, "Yeah, that was me. They thought I did it." I'm like, "Oh shit, I didn't know it was him." But I heard that you know, he took the blame for somebody. Now, a 15-year-old kid copping out to a life sentence for somebody. I mean, it would only make sense to do it for maybe someone like your dad. I wouldn't do it for like my uncle Jimmy or my uncle Johnny. I'm not sorry. I love you guys, but you know what I'm saying. I ain't doing life for you. It just raises the question: is that really true? Is that the person he saw? Disclaim: I'm not saying that's what happened, but that's what the word was in some of these jails. That some of these guys that knew Eddie said that that's what the word was. I mean, and usually when word goes around in prison, it's not bullshit because if the guy comes back and finds out about it, um, thanks Jimmy. What up, Jimmy? Good to see you. What's the score on the Pats? Anyone know?
I think
I
they're
know
winning.
we're winning, right?
Yep.
But
They'll
yeah,
drop
man,
that.
the DNA is what's crazy to me how it hasn't been tested yet. Same thing with Deanna Kremen. I think she had DNA under her fingernails, or there was something on her.
Yeah, she got DNA, and that's the thing. They could go to now if you run Adi's DNA right now, right? You know what I'm saying? That right there, because no one ever been charged. So technically, if Adi, like you were speaking to earlier, if he was a person of interest, which at this point, seeing what a liar he is, and seeing that he was lurking around there, and if he did, and if he is in fact responsible for Janet Downing's murder, then it's very possible he could be responsible for another murder, right?
Right.
Period, point blank. So the point is, if you run his DNA, you could get that ran next to Deanna's because that doesn't have no hold on it. No one ever been arrested, so the police will just do it. The verse that Eddie O'Brien, he already been convicted, so you have to go through loopholes to get that DNA ran. You know, because to them, to the Commonwealth, they already got their man. And with Deanna, they don't have anybody, so you know what I mean. So there's no hold on it. There's no process. You know,
You
and if
know,
there is and if there is a process, it's not as limited. I mean, it's light compared to what Eddie got to go through, obviously.
Right.
yeah, last night, man, we touched upon. Well, let me back it up. We spoke, a couple of, episodes prior about how, in 30 years has little Eddie ever crashed out? Has he ever had a violent act in jail? Has he ever, has anybody ever seen him, snap? And I mean, his in-house record is pretty good, other than maybe a cell phone or something like that. But I mean, I don't think he really has any infractions on him while he's been locked up. But we come to find out that someone did crash out in 2005, and we find out that Adi in 2005 he crashed out with his wife Carol,
Yep.
and he got a 209A on his ass
And
and
allegedly, you put a knife.
put
Allegedly,
a
put a
knife to
knife
her
through him.
throat.
Wow, that was in the police report.
Yeah.
Wow.
So now, like, when
And
when
he
we're
didn't
trying
answer
to
to
wing,
it. He didn't,
yeah,
and let me just add to this and pass it back to you, Kevin. We screamed and yelled at. So if there was any discrepancies or any if we didn't have that 100% right, James, we was in the chat saying it. He was in the chat all last night, and we got the information and we put it out there just like we did right now, a knife to her neck, and he didn't dispute it. He didn't say fuck that, you liar. He didn't say nothing. He just totally went radio silence.
That's
yeah,
unbelievable that he
and he
does
had
that.
preached to us that he's never been arrested before. He's never been in trouble. He's never done any hard drugs. He's just a fucking liar, man.
I mean, that shit with the cats and then saying I was just seeing what you guys would do. I mean, come on, man. We're talking about a woman that was brutally murdered, and you're sitting here cracking jokes like not, and it's not even like you're someone in the chat, just a random person in the chat cracking jokes. You're actually somebody that was a person of interest, and you're in here
Not only
cracking jokes.
that, your kids, their aunt got murdered. You
Mhm.
lived with her. You know what I mean? You were there that night. Like you were there through the trial. You were there when they was on the front on Third Street, right in front of the bridge, bro, screaming, Adi Ortez killed Janet Down. And like you like in 97. Like what are you doing 30 years later making any lie up? And then on top of that, we found out that you put a kitchen knife, which I'm surprised Bargo never mentioned that. I'm surprised they didn't have that information. Shout out to a couple of people, you know who you are, in the chat right now. They're in chat right now who found that out, that sent that to me because they found that out. I mean, the fact that that hasn't been out there, because if it's true, he put a knife to his wife, right? Let's just say he did do that, right?
That's his go-to.
But no, not only is it his go-to, even if it had nothing even if he didn't kill Janet, right? The DNA comes out that he didn't kill Janet. How are you gonna put a knife to your wife knowing that her sister got killed, stabbed 98 times?
A
Right.
kitchen knife
Like,
to boot.
you know what I mean? Like, why would you do that? Like, you know what I mean? So that alone, like, I'm surprised the police, like, when that happened, or like people in the system, like, didn't remember this case and said, "Yo, you know that dude was just allegedly could have did this and he did that." Like, because it doesn't even matter. Like, well, that has nothing to do with that. Well, it does, because that night, Carol went to Mass General and seen her sister stabbed up 98 times. And keep in mind, this was only 2005. This is only 10 years later. This wasn't a long period of time. When you put it into perspective that 30 years went by, this was only 10 years in. Like Nafana and Eddie only had 10 years in. He was only 25 years old. You know what I'm saying? That
And
shit is
fucking
not,
and Adi crashed out, bro.
you know, he was only 25. Think about that. He was a young ass dude, you know?
Now, what's
So
up with her now? He's dead. Obviously, they're not together still, right? She's Artie's the woman that he put the knife to, Janet's sister.
He played it off with us like he still, still corresponds with her. They're still on good standings, and then he followed up with, she's not doing good medically, and you know, this, that, and the other thing. He just on one side of his mouth he's saying he's in good standings. On the other side of the mouth, he's trying to distance, her from us.
Well,
You
you
know,
know what he is now to the show. He's a unreliable witness. I mean, he already came in here
I
lying
mean,
on
dude, at this point, he's kind of past the witness, bro.
Well, I'm saying as far as to compare him to, what's it called when they have a witness like, yeah, when they,
He's not credible, you're
yeah,
saying,
he's
yeah.
not credible. His word is shit. It doesn't mean nothing anymore. I mean, how are you? Like I said, how are you gonna make a joke on something like as serious as this, and then,
Well, how not met like, and then why have the audacity to go on a show? No, that's what I'm saying. Like, so if you knew that you had this domestic, right? Like, that's desperation. If you knew you had this domestic and put a knife to your wife, and it's right there, it's out there, it's public information. You lost your kids behind it. He lost his kids behind it. So that's all public information. Knowing that you have that out there, why would you still want to make the push to, like, leave Eddie in jail? He's a piece of shit. Why does that bother you so bad? Because at that point, you and your wife are not even together. You know what I'm saying? And you're like, and you were married into that family. So if anything, you're on the outside looking in on that family. Yeah, you got, your kids are related to their kids, but I mean, life goes on. You remarried, she's doing her thing. Why do you care what happens to Eddie? You know what I mean? At that point, why do you care what happened to Janet? Now, he did corroborate the story about the cat shit inside the house, right? Kev.
yeah, yeah. I mean, he actually corrected, and what it was hung up in. I mean, for someone that can't remember fucking what kind of car he was driving, he remembers what the fuck the cat shit was tied up in. You know?
Exactly. And he corroborated that story, James. He said that happened. He said he was there for that. So think about it. He's saying, so the crazy part of this story, right, James, if you really think about it. So just imagine you're sitting down at Starbucks and you meet Gina and she tells you, yeah, Eddie didn't do it. And you're like, yeah, Eddie Bryan didn't do it. Tell me some more. What do you want to drink, Gina? She's like, hey, I want an oat milk espresso shaken. You're like, all right, Gina, calm the fuck down. That's 750. Here's a medium. All right, calm the fuck down. I ain't buying you that shit. But anyway, right? But here's the deal. You're talking to Gina, right? And you guys are having a little coffee. And she turns around and tells you, well, I was talking to uh Janet the morning of, right? And she said that she was afraid of Adi. And you're like, oh really? Oh, that's convenient. And I know you, James. You don't believe anybody. Like they gotta convince you, right? Right. So you'll be looking at them, right? And I know you really well, right? I mean, there's times me and you've been in the bar together, people are talking and you're behind their back like, dude, do you want me to bottle this dude? No, disclaimer. But anyway, right? So she's
oh,
telling you, she's telling you, like, listen, I was with her that morning and she said, I'm afraid of Adi. And she told me how weird things were happening. And one weird thing that happened, James, is that someone took cat shit and hung it up in the house, like on a cellar beam or some shit, right? And you're looking at this chick like, fuck are you talking about, right? Like, what? And then, so that's the weirdest shit, right? Then it gets weirder. She says, she turns around and gets weirder now. Now it gets a little weirder. She says there was a book that was on her dresser, and Adi one day, the book disappeared. And then Adi one day pops up at her work at Harvard Healthcare and pops up with the book and says, "Hey Janet, I found your book. It was in a parking lot. I found it." And now she's like, "What do you mean? Like I've been looking for that book. It was on my night. It was next. I keep it on my bed, next to my bed, and you have it." And then he says, "Well, I don't have it. I found it in a parking lot. Someone else must have had it, and I just happened to find the book." So weird things are happening, right? So you're thinking, man, this is just a play by design. You're thinking that this is just a play by design. They're saying all this because they want Eddie to be not guilty, right? That's what they want. They're saying all this because they want Eddie to be not guilty. So and so now, so now you turn around and you talk to Adi and you ask Adi, "Hey Adi, you were you were you were accused of putting cat shit on top of the house, on top of this, the cellar beam, right?" And he turns around and goes, "Yeah, I didn't do that shit." And then you say, "Yeah, well, did that really happen?" He goes, "Yeah, it did happen. I was there. I was living in the house when that happened." So he admits that that happened,
Wow.
right? So he admits that that really happened. So you got
And
to think,
and
like, go ahead. I'm sorry,
let
Kevin. Kevin.
nah. I mean, I don't want to cut you off, but I want to throw this at James. Supposedly, fucking Dimebag Sally's fucking shuffling shit out of the house, and he frequently goes in and out of the basement and shit. You know, he's in and out of the house.
Oh yeah, that's
Now,
where.
someone's in the house fucking around, and you would think that he would have fucking investigated that shit and found out exactly who was in his house where he's keeping his shit.
Yeah, man, that doesn't make no sense.
You know,
And
and
then wasn't it?
the other
Didn't
thing
they say
too is
she
like,
didn't have any cats either?
no.
There
And
was
the
no
other
cats in
thing,
the house. So where the hell was all this shit, the cat stuff, the cat shit coming from?
well, when you think about it, he corrects us in the chat and says that it was fucking, or he corrected us when he was up on the live. He says it was hung in cheesecloth. It wasn't in a bag. It was in cheesecloth hanging from the rafters.
Jesus.
Like, I mean, his memory is just fucked up, man. I mean, and the other thing, when we circle back on this book was about, you know, the trials and tribulations of a divorce. Like Janet was, going through that. She had a separation. She was divorced from her husband. She was doing some midnight reading to herself, trying to, help her mindset with the whole divorce thing. Like, you think that was like a book that she told everybody about? Like, yeah, I'm on chapter fucking 13 and this is real life shit. No, this was something she left on her nightstand and was
Yeah.
reading
So,
before she went to bed.
well, that's a great point. So someone obviously was watching her read this book. They knew that was her book, her go-to every night she went to bed. She was reading that book. So they had to have been watching her prior to taking it, just to play games with her. And it seems like, from the way Adi plays games in the chat, that he would be on some fuckery like that. Oh, let me hang a bag of shit from the column. I think it's funny. Like, what's so funny about that?
I mean, you put cat shit in a plastic bag, it ain't gonna stink as much as it would in cheesecloth that's vented.
Right. Vented.
You know what I mean? It was like just some spiteful shit.
It was like some orchestrated fuckery. Like, I mean, those are little kid games, and I think that might be the parallel to Eddie. Let me do something that's a little kid game, so they think a kid did this, and that's how, I don't know. Maybe he thought in his mind, because, like we said, what happened with Deanna Kremen, and then a couple months later, this happened to Janet. Now, I'm not saying Adi's the guy that did it, but if he was, he would we're not saying that Adi's the guy who did it, but it's when someone does a murder, they usually commit a murder again, similar murders, similar situations. It seems like he was building up to do whatever, hiding the book, hanging the shit, just doing little things before he actually committed the crime. If he
Wait,
committed,
you want me to you want me to if you would ask me right now, JFK, convince me what that has anything to do with anything, right?
Mhm.
What is that cat shit got to do with anything? What
Right.
is these games got to do with a murder? Well, 30 years later, 30 fucking years later, he lies about going in the house 4 or 5 hours after of the night of July 23rd of 1995. He lied about going in the house. He said he went in the house, right, Kevy Kev?
Yep. He
And he
went in the
said,
house for a fucking kitty litter box and to get the kittens.
Yeah.
to get the kittens, but guess what? Nobody had kittens.
No.
Janet didn't have kittens, right?
Eddie
And
Eddie didn't
O'Brien
have kittens. His grandfather was allergic
didn't,
to cats.
right? And by the way,
There was hair all over Janet, wasn't there?
yes.
God damn.
So what does it all mean?
I mean,
What does it all mean? And if he did put a knife to Carol's throat 10 years later after the fact, 10 measly years, you know what I mean? What's 10 years, what's 30 years, what's 10 years to 30 years, you know what I mean? Like the first 10 years the first 10 years probably were real bumpy for him, real bumpy. And so now you can only assume that that divorce happened, probably right around that time. So within that 10 years was his wife saying, whatever, you motherfucker, you killed my sister, or
Mhm.
whatever. Whatever she might have said. Was she, just throwing little punches at him and he snapped? Was she afraid of him? But the fact is, regardless, even if you take the DNA tomorrow and it comes back that it's not Adi, even if that's the case, the fact that he put a knife to her, knowing what her sister went through in her last, hours of her
Sick.
life, is pretty
Sick.
fucking mental.
Well, that's why I was saying, Jay, like, even the games he played in the chat, crying and telling you guys about going to get kitty litter and going to get cats 4 hours after the crime scene. It's just like, was that a plan in motion for, I don't know, 30 years later just to protect himself? It seems to me he was just playing little kid games to point the finger at a little kid. And that's exactly what happened. A young kid got blamed for it. Um, Whether or not that's true, I don't know. I think they should. Yeah, Rocco saying that Eddie's sister was allergic to cats, narcissistic games, and narcissistic crimes. Okay, so Rocco was friends with Eddie. I mean, friends with or he just knew. How does Rocco come into the picture?
I don't know who Rocco is. I think Rocco is just, a
Just grew up.
person who is just, interested in the case, I would assume, right? Maybe he does know them, but I think he's interested in the case and he's having an unbiased opinion. I think
Right.
he's at where I'm at with it. Run the DNA. Um, you know, I don't want to paint up too much scenarios for Eddie saying,
Right.
hey, it was the Cambridge jail that might have had him on a high and he said the wrong things and he was nervous. Or it could just be Eddie's personality. It could be a side of Eddie that none of us knows, that he's a straight up killer. That always could be a fact. But that still doesn't take away the fact that Adi is lying. And so We got to get over. We got to figure that out. And I would love to talk to Mako or Brew, and like to talk to Gavi, and like to talk to the kids who popped up there that night who seen Sean. I mean, excuse me, Sean Eddie running out the bushes, because if they seen Eddie running out the bushes, then they would have noticed a cab right at that stop sign.
Yeah,
They
that's
would have
what I
noticed the
said.
cab.
About an
Bingo.
affidavit or something, right? Because I said, why can't these guys come out and talk? You know, or these alleged guys that jumped him, where the hell are they at? You know, you think by now they would never charge what he didn't press charges against him. He just said I was in a fight. So
So
they
to
could
throw,
come forward and say, yeah, we beat his ass, whatever.
Maybe that's not the same Rocca. I guess maybe
No,
that's
it's
not the.
not. Yeah, it's Rocca, not Rocco.
you know,
Okay,
there was
my bad. I don't
Oh,
know. I
CB.
can't.
So CB is like what you just described as Rocco, not Rocca. Rocco. I'm sorry, Rocco. I thought it was Rocco the way I was looking at it.
Yeah,
Kind
I
of looked
didn't
like
look at. I just
Rocco
looked at
when
it
you look
right
at
now.
it.
Yeah, but they would have
Um,
seen that taxi, dude. They would have seen that taxi. Now, keep in mind, the reason why they would have seen that taxi, and they probably had all eyeballs on that taxi. You want another reason? I'll have Kevy Kev give it to you. Why is that, Kevy Kev?
oh shit, there's Dimebag Sally. He just pulled up over here. Yo, there's Dimebag Sally. He just pulled up over there.
Bingo.
They were all getting their fucking nickel bags from him. And I mean, and if that car was in the neighborhood, they knew, hey, we can roll up on Artie. Artie's around. Let's see if we can get a little something to go up the towers.
Yeah, or maybe he'll smoke something with us.
yeah, maybe he'll smoke.
Obviously, he liked talking to the young kids. He
Yep.
wanted to be young again. Obviously, his mindset was stuck, reverted back into time, regression, not progression, right? So there you have it. So, I mean, the thing is, did they see that cab? And if they did see that cab when they seen Eddie, that means that cab was there. And which means is if that cab was there and Eddie ran out the bushes, that means Adi was there too.
At
And
that
what
time.
at that time.
What about Paul Jr.? Now, where's he playing this? Because I know I've heard his name
Also,
come
let's talk
up.
about let's talk about something. I'm sorry, James. So keep in mind we're at the layover and we're all chilling at the terminals. And I'm gonna go over to Tropical Smoothie and get a smoothie. I'm gonna keep it real easy. I'm gonna get an Island Green smoothie, right? It's just some kale in there, some avocados, and I'm gonna get a scoop of whey protein. I'm gonna get a scoop of peanut butter and some vitamins in there. Now, for some reason or another, James, he's just gonna go to Starbucks. He likes his spinach wrap. He's gonna get himself a medium, a grande coffee, probably one cream and some syrup, some the syrup they got there, the sweetener. Yeah, the caramel, right? That's what he's gonna do. But the problem is we got Kevy Kev with us. And Kevy Kev seen a fucking D'Angelo's in the fucking thing.
I'm going for that fucking Thanksgiving sub, bro.
Oh shit!
I'll be
Thanksgiving's
back.
next
I'll
week,
be
bro.
right
Listen,
back,
why can't you
guys.
just wait until next week, bro?
Nah,
Thanksgiving's
I'll
next
be
week,
right
dude.
back, guys.
Don't do it, bro.
Oh,
Some fucking planes are gonna be sagging in the back if we go to eat that thing. That thing
You
probably
know,
weighs
because
20 pounds, bro.
half the shit would be on my shirt, and I'd be like, "Yo, you want a bite, bro?
Oh
Try
man,
this shit, man."
that shit.
So
God
let me
damn.
let me let me let me
Yeah.
and I appreciate the questions, James. So let me talk about Paul for 1 second. Before I jump into Paul, I'm gonna drop a bombshell that I found out, courtesy of our boy Jay Brilliant. Once again, Jay Brilliant behind the scenes
Shout
putting
out
in
to
that.
Jay,
Yeah,
brilliant.
and this was all by design because at the end of the day, I don't want to get too cool with anybody, right? And I'm not, I'm cool with Karen, right? But at the end of the day, I have no problem with criticizing her either. I'm not that cool with Karen. I got Karen's back, but that doesn't mean when I speak on the case that I won't speak on inconsistencies that I see that could have helped her in the beginning. Now, I think with her case, obviously she got found not guilty, so there's really no need to hop on things anymore, right? You know what I mean? Because it's over, so to speak, on the criminal side. But I have questions still that what could have helped her out in the beginning, right? And the same thing with Eddie. That's where we're at now with Eddie, right? Like what could have helped him out where he could have convinced people that he didn't do it? And why didn't they believe a 15-year-old kid? Like why? Why they automatic believe that he could have done this besides this skinny ass dude? Now, when you look at the DA Riley, right, James,
This guy was 52 years old at the time. He looks like he's fucking 72. It's insane when you look at this guy because he's only 82
Yeah,
now. He's
I saw you. He's old. He's old. He had like a white shirt on and shit, looking
dude.
like
He looked mad, dude. Like it's
Yeah, he
just
looks like
crazy.
he
Like
should be on a dollar bill, for Christ's sakes.
yes, that's looking like a president up there. He was
ah,
50 years old.
yeah,
52.
52. Yeah, he's 82 now, and that was 30 years ago. So do the math. So
Still right.
that's yeah. So that's the tale of two generations right there, right? So let me just say this. So when you bring up Paul, I'll tell you this. Paul got a lot to do with this because Paul made up a lot of lies, right? One being there's actually a video in 1994 of Paul inside his bedroom talking about he can see inside Jeannie's bedroom, Eddie's sister. And he goes,
God
I can,
damn.
he said, I can see. Now I have that video. I've been had that video. I had it now for a couple of weeks. I haven't played it yet. You know, I've been piecing out this footage, and you know, we've been doing 4 or 5 hour streams, and here we are again this morning doing a layover. And I'm glad James Jackson is active because this is what I want. I want all my guys. I want Kevy Kev to do lives. I want James to be active. I want us to. We don't need anybody else. We just need us. You know what I mean? And I want to see everybody win. You know what I mean? You guys get my drift. So here's my thing. Um, so Paul got everything to do with it because there's that reason right there. But there's another reason that we talked about last night that I talked about the inconsistencies of a 15-year-old kid about the porn thing. So the psychologist said that he thinks Eddie was lying. And this is a disclaimer, right? And I know James will hop all over this. So before I say this, James, this is a straight disclaimer. The psychologist said that he thinks Eddie was lying to him about how many times he jerked off, right? Masturbated, right? Yeah, in the transfer hearing, right? So they actually use this. Like, I think he's lying when he's, you know, I asked him about masturbating and he fucking told me he doesn't do it. You know, at 15 years old, you're not admitting to that shit. Even though you know you're choking your chicken every fucking night, you just ain't admitting to it, right?
That's a
God
crazy
damn.
question for them to
Yeah,
ask.
I mean, but it was part of the frame up, right? So, but here's the deal. Everybody says, you know, he was working in that midnight variety. You painted a vivid picture of that the other night on I think it was pot 17, pot 16, or whatever it was. You painted the picture of what it was like in there. So people are saying JFK, James Jackson, Kevy, yeah, he was 15, he liked porn. Hey, who doesn't? You're right. But now when they found the knife, they found a murder weapon, right? Well, a knife that was identical allegedly to the murder weapon in his trash, and they also found porn movies in the trash, right? So me and Kev was going over this last night. Like, well, why did if porn was not a big deal, right? Like, a couple of kids, you know how it was. Someone had that one porn movie that had like 5, 6 different fucking scenes on it. Let me get that for the night. You know what I mean? Passing it around like it's a fucking blunt. Um, why'd you throw it away? Like, especially during that space and time. Like, why'd you have to get rid of that, right? And it was found in their trash. There was porn movies found in the trash, like right when he gets charged, right? So we wondered that, like, well, why were they covering that track, and were they covering them tracks? Well, come to find out, ladies and gentlemen, the porn movies that was in the trash. Keep in mind what happened 2 days prior 2 days prior to Janet Downing's murder, and I'll throw this at Kevy Kev. 2 days prior to Janet Downing's murder, what happened with Paul and Janet? Kevy Kev.
Kevy, you're muted.
They what ended up happening is that Janet found a set of keys that Paul had upstairs, and supposedly they went to a boyfriend of his. So he was seeing an older guy, Paul. Actually, this older guy had a boyfriend, and Paul was entertaining the both of them. So the mother was upset. She's she's a single mom at this time. Paul's father's out of the, he's already married with another wife. She goes to Big Ed. She kind of asked Big Ed, hey, can you talk to Paul a little man-to-man with him in the backyard just to find out and say, hey, listen, what the fuck's going on? Let's straighten it, straighten out. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Well,
So,
they didn't just get in a fight. He hit his mother. Did you say that part?
well, he kicked her.
Well, he
But
kicked her. Well,
yeah,
hold on. That's called hitting your mother.
So he
that's
hit
right.
his mother
He hit his
because she
mother
said he was gay, or she
because he was
found out.
gay. There was so keep in mind when we talked to Jeannie, he was seeing two different guys. Jeannie corroborated the story. She was working. He was there for that service merchandise, and there was two different guys he was seeing, and they were both older. And the
Yeah,
two different guys he was seeing, they were boyfriends with each other. So he was seeing these two guys. So they basically shared him. They shared
exactly.
Paulie, right? So his mom's wasn't too happy about that. But here's the thing: not only, but hold
Yeah,
on, not only did she bring him over to Ed because Ed was, big guy, father figure, good guy. Why you hitting your mother? She brought a bag over with her, a bag over, or brought a couple of tapes over, and a couple of tapes were porn movies. But guess what? They weren't just regular porn movies; they were gay porn movies. So Big Ed put them gay porn movies in the trash. So the movies they found in the trash were gay porn, but allegedly they were from Paul from 2 days before.
God damn, JFK.
Wow. So they were trying to say that when they found them, they were Eddie's, but they were really Paul's.
But they were really Paul's. Allegedly. This is all allegedly. But this is something that Big Ed didn't tell. Big Ed didn't say that on the show. I don't think he had I don't know. There's so many different moving
Yeah.
pieces. I don't think we even touched on that. But yeah.
Wow.
That's what Margot Nash corroborated that last night because she listens to everything and she's seen that, she defends Eddie. So she's seen that I was hopping on the point of the porn, kind of like, okay, well, all right, he worked in a porn store, he grabbed a couple of porn movies and he was watching porn. Who gives a fuck? Why'd you throw it away though? Like, why throw it away? That shows guilt or something, throwing it away, Because who cares?
Well,
He's
now,
15, he watched porn.
I could
But in
see gay
fact, it
porn
weren't even
getting
his.
thrown away.
well,
Say
now,
what?
I could see them throwing the gay porn away to hide it. But if he was watching regular porn, say Eddie was taking it home
Well,
from the store,
either way, right? That's allegedly, right? So we don't
yeah,
know. Was it Eddie's porn? I don't know. You know what I mean?
well,
We don't know. We don't know for sure. All we
well, that's
know
why
is that the porn that was found in that motherfucking barrel
it was gay
was gay
porn.
porn.
God damn, bro.
And Paul Jr. was
That's
allegedly
breaking news.
gay.
That's breaking fucking news right there.
That's crazy, man. Where is this little guy? Where is this guy, Paul?
Well, he's not little no more, bro. He's pushing.
Oh,
He's
he's
fucking.
old.
He's your age. That's the mind fuck of this. You know what I mean? Because you're talking about them as kids, but they're not kids no more. And
Right.
that's what I was saying earlier. Like, you're seeing this grow. You're seeing this grow from what it was. And like we were there from the beginning of it. Like, of the
And
rumblings, like you
and
said, maybe the dad did it, you know what I mean? Like shit like that.
and you know what? You can actually see, you can actually start, when we talk about Paul, you know, and we've talked about this before, JFK, it was like, it wasn't really a jumping out of the closet thing back in 1995. You know what I mean? Like people were still sketchy on revealing that they had these kind of ways and shit. You know what I'm saying? Shit was still kind of hidden. But when you think about it, I mean, this shows that you know Paul had a lot of I don't know if it's the right word, but like resentment because his mom had a hard time accepting on who he really was. You know, and I mean, there had to be some hate there. You know, I mean, she's trying to control her son that you know is kind of looking at things at a different way um, than how he came into the world. But you know, you can just see that she's a single mom that is trying to deal with this and raise a family. And she's looking for a father figure, an adult male to talk to him I mean, she needed help with it. She needed help understanding it and talking to him about it. You know, she probably felt threatened. If she kept getting beat up over it, you know.
He was seeing two guys in their 20s, and he was 17. I think they were like 25 or something like that. And they worked at Service Merchandise. So who knows what was going on behind the scenes at fucking Service Merchandise? You know, they definitely were putting some things to service. That's for sure.
Oh, man. And it was no merchandise.
God damn. Well, it was merchandise, but it was, the type of merchandise you should fucking have a little respect for. God damn.
And we're talking
Oh,
bananas in the tailpipe, bro.
Mm.
damn.
Shit.
Shit. Let me read some of these super chats. Get off of this. I'm sorry, guys. If I haven't read these, I didn't forget anybody. Diane Chafee sends $25 for your trip to Miami. Yeah, I'm hoping it. So, Jay, I don't know if you heard in the beginning, I lost my Social Security card 2
God
months
damn,
ago.
James, man. James, I told you about this Miami trip fucking 2 months ago,
Well,
buddy.
that's the thing. When I went and got my ID, and you were like, "Finally, you got your ID." They told me, "Come right back, and we'll give you the real ID." Because I asked, "Isn't everyone supposed to get a real ID soon?" He's like, "Yeah, you want to get yours?" He's like, "Oh, it already went through. Just come back, you'll be all set, and we'll put it through." So that didn't happen. Because I lost my Social Security card. I applied for a new one, and hopefully, I'll have it by Monday. But if I don't want to miss this trip. I was thinking I might just take a bus there.
Dude, that's a hike.
I
That's a
know it's
hike.
like a stay, right? Take
You would
me
have to leave. You would have to leave on December 2nd, December 3rd. It's a day to get there. I mean,
yeah.
you know,
I mean, I could do it if I left December.
man, you need to go get that Social Security card, bro. They shouldn't take that long to get that shit.
I saw the email
Wait a
last
minute, so
night.
you mean to tell me they won't let you get that ID without your Social Security card? And
Yeah,
you just went.
you need you got my birth certificate. I got my
Yeah, I
passport.
got. I remember when I got my real ID, they wanted all that shit.
Yeah, but I just had it, so that's the craziest thing. I remember seeing it, but from all the moving around in here that I've done, I don't know where it went. I tore this
Dude, you
from up
gotta.
3 times.
So when did you put in for it?
Like probably 3 weeks ago now.
No, what? You've been waiting 3 weeks to get the Social
Yeah,
Security card?
I just got the answer back last night because when you hit me up and I said, "When are we going?" They said that it did go through. So tomorrow I'm just gonna go right to the office and hopefully I can get it from them. And then I just gotta go right to. If that doesn't happen though, honestly, man, I think I'm gonna jump on a bus because I don't want to miss it this
Dude,
year.
that's a hard ass ride. That's a hard ride. But hey, if you want to do it, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean that would be the whole point, you know.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know what I mean? Hey, some people take the bus all the time.
I
Me
don't mind
personally,
it, you know. I'll just,
you can
I
go,
could,
you could stream that whole time. Fuck it. They got
yeah,
Wi-Fi on that fucking Greyhound.
I'm shit. Yeah, last time I did it, I
You
remember
could
it.
do the 24-hour layover on the fucking Greyhound, kid, and fucking stop at every stop and see if they got D'Angelo's and try to find that fucking sandwich.
God damn.
You know they do out there, all them truck stops. And yeah, but I mean that's something that I'm gonna have to think about for sure. But EPAGs, note to self: James wants a dozen of roses for Christmas. Oh Jesus, goddamn! So early on, I was talking about, um, like people that reach out and you feel not obligated, but like so someone like it came up, Little Miss Red Velvet. I said, I see emails and I appreciate you reaching out, always checking in. She really is a person that cares. But someone, not Miss Red Velvet, but anyone else, like say like the woman from Tennessee, if I answer her and then it becomes a everyday thing, next thing you know, she's gonna be outside my house with a dozen of roses with some grippy socks on, sitting on on the hood of my Beamer, like, "Hey James," and I don't need that, man. So I just didn't want people to take it personal. And then she thought I was talking about her. I was like, "Nah, Little Miss Rev, you're cool. You're the reason I'm using you as an example." Um, but yeah, so don't show up with no roses, E-Pags.
Fucking grippy socks.
E-Pags is a nut, dude. She's fucking
Right.
crazy.
She had a
E-Pags don't give a fuck.
backstage pass on her wrist.
Yeah. Becky G gifted another membership.
Yeah,
Please,
Becky
Pastor
B.
Pepper, $49, $50 super chat. Love green, all green, everything. Thank you. Rose McDonald gifted. Oh no, super sticker $10.
Thank you,
E-Pack.
Rose.
Yes, Rose always
God
comes
damn
through.
the fucking tapes for fucking Pauls.
I know.
Yeah, and that's the thing, man. So the thing about this is that if we're gonna get, you know, I want to hold the utmost integrity. With the last couple of months from September to now, what if it taught me anything? It taught me that what not to do. And a lot of these guys, you were speaking on some content creators earlier, and and I said, hey, let's talk about God and shit.
Right.
The point is, and let's talk about God minus the shit pot. Sorry, Jesus, right? I shouldn't say that in the same words. Let's talk about God, Father God, we love you, Father God. But the thing is, a lot of these guys are boring, man. They keep doing the same old thing. It's the same thing. It's the same story. It's just another person in the scope. you
Yep.
know and whether it's James Jackson in the scope, JFK in the scope, and then you get put on the shelf. You get put on the shelf, and 4, 5, 6 shows, 2, 3 weeks go by, and they don't mention you, and then they decide to take you off the shelf, and they toy around with you again and talk shit about you and try to and it's the same old story, man. But the thing is, what it comes down to is that we can't be controlled. You know, we're never going to be controlled. It's never going to happen. Like I said that to Kevy Kev.
Yep.
What makes this Eddie O'Brien case similar to the Karen Reed case, and to go back where I kind of jumped on you a little bit, James, but I didn't mean to. When you said, I don't know if Eddie ever been to DYS before. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean, right? I didn't mean to jump on you. But the reason why, there's shit behind that. So it had nothing to do with you, because I've been paralleling it to the Karen Reed case. Meaning it's the same situation. He's an altar boy. Karen Reed was a banker. Two white people. He's an altar boy. She's a banker. She got a good dad. She got a good mother. He got a good dad. She got a good. You know what I mean? It's the same shit. The parents are fighting. Their parents are fighting. Same shit. Corruption. She had Morrissey. He had Riley. Same shit. CPAC. CPAC. Same fucking scenarios. Investigate. 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 Jen. Same shit. Tail lights. Blood samples, right? DNA underneath the fingernails, fucking La Pasata saying, no way this shit he got hit by a car. Same type of scenario, right? The difference is she got found not guilty, he got found guilty. There's the difference. But the point I'm trying to make is that if Eddie was a DYS kid, right, then it would even be harder for him. But the reason why now it's hard for him is because 30 years passed, and he is a DYS kid. He is a convict now. He's an inmate still. He's not even a convict. He didn't even get a chance to be a convict, get out and be a convict. He's just a straight inmate, right? That 30 years that he has in, that is who he is. You know what I mean? He's a straight hardened criminal, no matter how you look at it. Like, that's just the reality of it. Like, he is in prison. He has a prison mentality. Whether he's guilty or he's not guilty, it doesn't matter. 100% he has an inmate mentality. That motherfucker's coming home, and the first thing he's gonna do is grab some ramen noodles and some tuna fish and make himself something to eat. That's exactly
Yep.
what the fuck's gonna happen. And that's not dissing him, right?
No.
He did 30 years. Karen didn't have to do that. She was on the outside, fighting the case. But that's who he is, and that's what he got up against him. So the point what I'm trying to make is that people curate what they want to talk about, right? And that's why we can never be controlled. If Karen Reed would have been a drunk prior to this, right? And what I mean by that, drunk driving, be clear, drunk driving prior, she had 3 of them, and she was accused of hitting John O'Keefe, but she
It would
didn't
have
do
been
that.
a little
But
harder.
they would have never ever took this case. No one would ever want to fight for her. Well, she has 3 priors, 2 priors. Then whatever.
She
Fuck
knew
that
right
bitch.
from wrong. Yeah,
She
blah
knew
blah
right from
blah.
wrong. And even
Right.
if she didn't do it, and they beat him up in the house, who cares?
Yep.
She deserves it, right? And that's where Eddie's at now. After doing 30 years, you have to look. past that 30 years. You got to look past that career that he had in prison. You got to look past that kid who was in walking through the yards of Walpole, walking through the yards of Shirley Max with Aaron Hernandez. You got to look past that and kind of get back to that 15-year-old kid who didn't do it. You have to look at Eddie as that 15-year-old kid that didn't do it, not the 45-year-old guy who was in jail for murder.
Right.
So it's tough to get by. So the point I'm trying to make is that these other creators, they're boring. And that's my perception of it. A lot of them, not everyone, they're boring. They're echo chambers. It's the same story, different people in the scope, different skits, different shit talk, and they like to pull people off the shelf and play games. But when they pull us off the shelf and play games, you know what you're gonna get. You're gonna get integrity. You're gonna get solid. We're solid. You can't do that to us. And they know that. And they know that. And they pick and choose who they want to fuck with. And and that's what it comes down to. And it's like they have the power to talk about a guy so they create this platform, and these platforms are created for justice, they say. But yet none of them are doing justice for so many people that are locked up for injustices. But the problem is some of these people that are locked up for cases, whether it's murder or something, they might have a prior criminal record and they can't get past that. They can't get past that, because now they would have to get past that the guy stole cars, he robbed banks, but he didn't do this, right? That's not what they wanted. That's the reason why the Karen Reed case was such a unicorn case, because it had everything to appeal to a casual fan. She never did crime. She has a good family, has a good brother. Everything was good about her. Nothing was bad about her. But you guys grew these platforms, right? And that's why they're talking about the Kelsey case so much, because it's perfect. It kind of aligns with the white lady who, and don't get me wrong, the Kelsey case is fucked up. It really is, right? But it aligns with, she never has a criminal record. She's a mother. She was a cop. She was a CO. The dad was a firefighter. So it's like we can talk about that and not have to be associated with hood boogers. We don't
Yeah.
have to be associated with drugs
Right.
and things like that. And that's the reason why Francis Gigalotti, right? And keep in mind, this whole thing that started, whatever you want to call it, I don't even know what it's called, just corny shit. It all started behind Francis because we always said that, hey, listen, why ain't you guys talking about Francis? Why? Because he might have smoked crack. You guys didn't see the 7 cops on his neck. Who cares if he smoked crack? Who cares if he did heroin right before that?
Right.
Does that make a difference? Who cares that he has a criminal record? But they care. They care. Certain creators care, but yet they claim justice. And so over here, we're trying to look past all that. And I hope you guys understand that, it's hard to look past this Eddie case of the gruesome murder of Janet Downing. It's tough. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough thing to really stand behind, to really sit there. Will you sit in a standout with a free Eddie O'Brien sign, knowing that what happened to Janet Downing? Knowing that, the way she died and what her screams must have been like and how horrified she must have been. Do you feel comfortable with holding a free Eddie O'Brien sign? People were real comfortable with holding a free Karen Reed sign because she wasn't a bad person. If anything, it was an accident.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying?
Yep.
But it's a tough case, but everybody deserves a fair trial. And we're peeling back the layers. And keep in mind, journalist Jackson, Kevy Kev, JFK, Jason Brilliant, of course, we're peeling back the layers so we can, if you want to be the person to say free Eddie, we want to make you feel comfortable with doing that. We're just not going to set you guys up. We're not going to curate you guys to be like, nah, man, it's free Eddie because JFK and James Jackson said so, and
Right.
Kevy Kev. Now, we're going to bring all the facts, all the perspectives. We're going to give you interview after interview. We're going to dig as deep as we can. We're going to throw this around so much that, and come to your own conclusion. But where I'm at with it right now, I would hold a sign that says run the DNA. I would
Yeah.
definitely hold that sign.
Absolutely. 100%. I agree with that. And that's a great point, Jay, because I'm not 100% either because I don't know too much about it. I know enough about what happened and I know enough about the system, but I don't know enough about yet if I'm ready to say Eddie's 100% innocent on this. I'm willing to find out. Um, 1 second.
And we are finding out, and we're finding out a lot. And and that was my long-winded answer, people, like to touch upon what I see out there in the space of justice fighters in the Massachusetts area. I mean, this was a case that's always been there. This is 30 years in the making, and we're touching it. And a lot of people don't want to touch this. Trust and believe that. And that's why it's very important to hold the integrity of it. So if Aaron Downing, Paul Downing, Ryan, Kerry Ann, even Paul Sr. wants to come on the show, Marco, Gavi, any of these guys want to come on the show and just speak their piece, they can feel comfortable with doing it without being attacked. I don't want to do that. I want to just get the answers. I want to hear, did you see a cab? And were you lied to? And did you ever think about this? And if you have, why did you put it to the side? Because at the end of the day, 30 years later, after seeing the Karen Reed case, and we all witnessed the framework of the Karen Reed case, it's a softer landing, right? Like we can believe that maybe blood was planted. We can believe that this was a political gain. We can believe that he might have been framed up. Now you go back 2021 and beyond, you might not believe that. So this Karen Reed case opened up that dialogue, and think about it. Right before this Eddie O'Brien case, not only did you have Deanna Kremen that got found dead, right, and that she got, unfortunately, her murder got put to the wayside by the detectives. 2 years prior to that, you know who only had 2 years in prison at that time? Who only had 2 years in too? And that was a young guy, Sean Ellis. He only had 2 years in at that point. And ended up doing 20, he ended up doing another 20 years after that. In 1993, he got convicted of killing McDonough.
Yeah,
Excuse me, Mulligan,
Mulligan. Yeah,
Detective Mulligan, right? And Detective Mulligan had two different houses, had a brand new Acura coupe. Do you understand? What is a Boston detective, a white man, driving an Act coupe in 1993 with the shark fin windows in the back? Champagne. Think about it with some BBS on it. He had two different cars. And then he was working at Rosendale, doubling up on OT, laying down in an expedition. And that's all on footage too. That when the Boston police, the cops were with the Boston police that night and pulled into the parking lot when it happened. They have Mulligan in the hospital being resuscitated, and they got Charles Stewart. The same shit. If you ever seen the Charles Stewart murders in Boston, whatever it's called, the cops were on scene at that time too. They got that all on film. There's so much fucking footage out there that there's so many things to be cinematic. There's so much shit we can talk about and bring justice to and bring dialogue instead of just attacking each other and calling people's names and just making accusations and throwing crazy words around, right? That shit is boring. That shit is boring because it's the same old same shit. There's no replay value in that shit. Yeah, you get a laugh, you get a pop when it's going on, when it's happening. You get pop, but are you gonna go back and replay that shit? There's nothing deep about it. We're trying to bring you depth. We're trying to bring you that you might have to rewind the tape and listen a little deeper to what we're saying, or go out and do your own due diligence and learn about it. And I think with this case right here, based on I see all my long gamers in the chat and how many people are hitting me up, everybody's out there digging in this case and they want to know. They want to know if they're getting it right. They want to know, did Eddie do this? Everybody wants to know. And they're not just listening to us, they're doing their own work. And that's beautiful.
yeah, it is. To see everybody come together, to see everybody. Every time I go on, my algorithm now is I can't wait for JFK's next show, and it's all talking about Eddie this, Eddie that, Eddie. You know, they're all in tuned, big time, and that's a great thing because, like you said, here we are 30 years later, and we're finding new. Shit with the tapes we just heard, the gay porn or whatever that was found. There's just going to be more information that comes out over the years. People talk. Different people are going to talk, and maybe new people will come forward. You never know.
It makes sense. When you mention these tapes, it makes sense, and it kind of follows up with with that story. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, about the father
The other
talking to
thing,
Paul.
real quick, Kev, that store didn't only just have, porn for men that were not gay. They had it all.
Of
So,
course.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Of course.
That
They had porn is porn. They got it all.
Yeah.
For
I'm
sure.
sorry. Go ahead, though, Kev.
No.
Okay,
But
You're right though. It just puts because Edward Senior was asked to talk to Paul just about this particular situation, and that I mean I could see you know Janet like bugging out finding these tapes. She found a set of keys in his room, so I mean obviously her finding these keys led her to maybe open up a top drawer or fucking lift up a mattress. And next thing you know, she stumbles across these fucking tapes. And she's like, this
the
is it.
question
You're
is,
not doing this shit in my house.
were they fucking home movies too?
Question
God
is,
damn.
did he
Well,
walk
keep in
in
mind
on her finding?
the reason why I say that, there's a video in 1994 with Paul on a home video camera. So did he have that home video camera? He worked at Service Merchandise. I'm pretty sure he fucking was hip to the technology. He probably had a brand new fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Panasonic
Panasonic joint, man. What is it called? Back then,
8mm.
yeah, the 8 millimeters, bro. The 8 millis, bro.
8 millies,
It
God.
was, yeah, I had one.
Yeah.
And honestly, the 8 millimeters, great, man. Like the way it was grainy and the way it looked so filmy, because when I did my videos back in the day, they were all on film, cheap plug, but the film is just a different look than digital. But the 8 millimeter did bring it was on tape, and it brought that cinematic look to it, believe it or not, if you knew how to work it. Problem is, nobody knew how to work the camera back then. You you remember videos were crazy, going up, down, fucking, but he made a video. Uh
That
yeah.
shit
So
wild.
was it home videos? We don't know. And maybe it is. And maybe that's the reason why they threw that shit out. And maybe they were helping Paul out. You know what I'm saying? But then again, then you say to yourself, well, then why didn't the DA run in that direction? Why didn't the DA go after Paul? And why? Because it would be the same thing, right? Son kills mother. Would that be the same thing? Or would he get an insanity plea? Would that help trigger the juvenile laws? Would that be a super predator if it was the son that was gay? Like, you got to think, if you're sitting behind the desk and you're Riley and you're trying to be the attorney general, and the Sean Ellis case just happened in Suffolk County, and you know that not only did that just happen in Suffolk County, the Charles Stewart case just happened, and you're trying to be the superhero in Middlesex County. Because keep in mind that the Charles Stewart case, Suffolk County, Sean Ellis case, Suffolk County. This is Middlesex County. So he needs to do something in this county, right? To be the hero in this county, to let everybody know the DA in this county is not doing what the DA is doing in them counties. So
Right.
therefore, I should be the DA for everybody. I should be the fucking attorney general. I should tell you what to smoke, what not to do, what you should do, what you can't do. I should just be the guy who oversees everything in the state, right? So, you know, it's like, well, if it's the son, he's gay, then they can bring in the psychologist, and they say he wasn't in his right state of mind, and he's mental, she was mental, they pull her fucking psych records. We don't know if she was ever in a mental house, disclaimer, R.I.P. Janet Downing, but we don't know if she went to a psychologist, and they would go that far because that's her child. And that might not trigger a new juvenile law, because would that be a super predator? A super predator would be somebody who is peeking. Who's that peeking in your window? It would be the guy across the street. So it might have not worked with Paul, but it worked perfect with Eddie.
Right.
And you're right. And I'm gonna speak on something because I'm still peeling these fucking handwritten notes apart. But he the DA definitely had interviewed Paul and had some handwritten notes, and it states, "We all know your mother was crazy,"
Wait,
with a little bit more dialect
Riley
after
said that?
that. Yes,
Wait a minute. Riley said that?
Riley
Hold
said
on a
that.
minute. Hold on, man. Can I get a what real quick, James?
Hold up. He said, He said that she was a little crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually I've been writing these down. I actually picked up a journal and shit, and I've been kind of writing them down because I don't want to stumble looking through my phone and shit and trying to
Yeah,
back
you
out
also
and
want to
trying.
finish that fucking D'Angelo sub that you got sitting next to you. It's gonna stink up your car if you leave it in there
My
all
fucking
night.
dog already ate it, bro. Fucked up. Fucked up, bro. The dog already ate it.
Man, you can't leave those around the dog. They're gonna be gone.
Fucking ran into the fucking white hen up here, and fucking next thing you know, he's back there licking his lips.
Shit.
He
He's
didn't eat
gonna
the
be
cranberry.
shitting
He
in
didn't eat
a
the
few
cranberry
minutes.
sauce, though, motherfucker.
He's gonna have diarrhea in a few minutes.
Yeah, he'll have the runs, bro. I'll be out there fucking
So wait a minute.
walking.
Riley said to Paul, "We know your mother was crazy
Yes.
after she passed away." Well, that's a nice fucking choice
Yeah, what a
words.
piece of shit, huh?
Yeah.
Now keep in mind, we got to send them notes to Jimmy. Jimmy wants the notes.
Yeah,
Jimmy,
he just I had to pause it up. He pulled in the yard while I was talking while I was on this live, and I told him when I was done I'd send him over.
did he have the dog on his shoulder?
He did. He did. He
Oh,
well,
Jimmy, he's like me. He
she
got
don't
Jimmy
bark at
loves
me no
that
more.
pup, bro.
Yo,
Jimmy loves
she
that
don't
dog.
bark as bad at me no more, bro. She's protective, man. That little girl, man, loves Jimmy, man. She's
Oh yeah,
super
oh, yeah.
protective. I mean, she sounds like a pack of fucking hyenas, bro. And then next thing you know, she's looking at you out the window. You're like, God damn. And she's a good little girl, though. That dog, man.
Hey, it's helping Jimmy out, man. It's giving him something to live for, you know. And I
Oh
mean
yeah,
that,
that's
you
his
know,
little girl, bro.
that's his girl.
She don't want to. She wants to go for a ride, bro. That's the thing. She loves going for a ride with him in the car, dude. I mean, he got fucking toys in there. Fucking, he's got fucking a dog condo in the back. Fucking, he got all kinds of shit, bro. He got it all set up, bro. Got it all set up. One seat folded down. She got a whole fucking runway, bro.
God damn. I ain't calling Jimmy for a fucking ride anytime soon. Jesus Christ.
shit. Yeah, no. Last time we seen Jimmy, he had it on
He's
his
gonna
shoulder like a parrot.
he's gonna put you in the trunk. He's gonna say, "Can you guys fit in the trunk?" Because my dog.
You guys mind going in the trunk? I got my dog.
God damn, Jimmy T.
Oh shit. No, shout out to Jimmy, man. He's working too.
Now I'm gonna
Yeah, he's
send them
working.
over, but I am. I've been like I just said, I got myself a nice little journal. I've been writing some shit down. I just I feel like, sometimes I pause when I'm looking through these notes, man. This there's so many of them, and you know I want to believe that there is an order that they go in. You know what I'm saying? I've gotten a few here, a few there, so um that it paints a picture. These notes paint a motherfucking picture that the angles and let's like the whole note about they found a footprint in the house, and it was like you know Riley was just like, take the prints from the sidewalk, make sure they fit Edward.
Yeah,
Like
that's weird. Like,
it's just
make
weird
sure.
shit. You know what I mean? And this motherfucker, I talked to his dad, Eddie Senior, man, and he said, hey, Mike, at that point in time, my kid had a size 14. Like, he was a big dude. You know what I'm saying? Like it'd be easy matching up a fucking snowshoe. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I mean,
So
14. That's a rare size especially for a young kid to have, man.
fucking big and tall, bro. Big and tall, man.
Yeah. I mean, he had a special order his sneakers. They didn't have no Air Force Ones for him. He had to order them shits.
He had the Ewings, bro. He was wearing Ewings or some shit.
God damn. They were probably actually from Ewing too himself, because size 14. I mean, damn, bro. He missed his calling. He probably could have, a kid that size could have done a lot Could have played football. He could have. He seemed like a good kid. I don't know him. But
yeah, I mean, and it sucks because I don't think I could go. I don't think I can. Well, maybe I can. You guys, you can still hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
Why? What, you gonna read it?
Yeah, I have a
Yeah. So while he's doing that, and there's 117 people in here. I appreciate each and every one of you. If you're not a member, become a member. If you want to give some memberships, I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody that sent a super chat, gifted memberships, all that. Oh, really? James, he tried to play football, and the coach said he's not aggressive enough. Wow.
That's what he said.
Wow. Imagine that. I mean, these are things he's being told, and he's a big kid too, so maybe he felt like he was supposed to do more with his size. I don't know. Like, I don't know what the hell, but it seems like a lot of people were pulling him in different directions, especially working at that store at 15. I think that's where he's seen a lot of things he shouldn't have.
Yeah, for real. I mean, you make a good point. That's very
Well, think about when we were that age. If we got that job position and people coming in and out, truckers and all sorts of weirdos coming in and out, and trying to talk to you, have conversation with you, you'd be like, get the fuck away from me.
true. Shit is wild, bro.
Yeah. Kev, how you doing? What's going
good
on?
man. I'm just looking through these notes, man. Keep talking.
My man's working. Shit.
Oh shit. He said keep talking. Oh shit. We're trying, bro.
Yeah, no, it's only
You know
been
what?
going
I'm gonna
3.5
hop on.
hours.
I'm gonna
Right here. It
I'm
says
gonna
right here.
All
It
right,
says
go
we
ahead.
all know your mother is crazy. Could make. Hold on, just let me. It says we all know your mother. It says we all know your mother is crazy. Could make it only worse.
Make what worse?
It says don't make it any worse. That's what he wrote. He writes messy and then he corrects himself. It says we all know your mother's crazy. Don't make it any worse.
You think they were trying to protect Paul because they knew he was gay, and they knew that, and these guys were doing things. Disclaimer: these guys allegedly were doing things to him, and it seems like they were trying to protect Paul.
It says sorry, James. It says Janet is very objective.
Mic check to the
And
gods. Mic check to the gods.
She's very objective and opinionative and very argumentative.
Wow. So this is the district attorney telling this to her son.
And then he has this listed right underneath it. Lesbian.
Who's this?
He writes lesbian. Jeannie was her friend.
I asked him, I said, Ed, what I told him I couldn't lie anymore? Yes.
You didn't hurt her to come around the house anymore?
Yeah.
Did you stab her?
No.
You didn't hurt Janet Downing?
No.
Did you kill her?
No.
Eddie O'Brien denied the murder both before and after the drugs were administered. The prosecutor says it means nothing. He says O'Brien told different stories to the same examiner.
He never accounts for the fact that his blood is in that house. He never explains that away in the tape, and he would not have been able to explain that away at trial.
Eddie O'Brien was convicted this
Stabber?
No. Jay, what's he on right there? Hypnotized?
Yep.
I asked him, I said, Ed, why were you in the bushes last night? And he said, I wasn't in the bushes. And I said, I seen you in the bushes. And he said, I wasn't in the bushes, so I just left it at that.
Marco Abreu, Eddie O'Brien's old friend, today the star witness, recounting how he saw the hawkish teen walking away from the area of the crime scene.
Could you see his face at that point?
Yes, he looked over his right shoulder at me and smiled.
And could you describe what you saw?
Him smiling, his eyes were wide open.
O'Brien seemed amused when Abreu recreated his body language, showing how he had...
You see that smirk? You see that smirk?
Right there, yeah.
Amused when Abreu recreated...
Me and smiled.
And could you...
Witness, recounting how he saw the hawkish teen walking away from the area of the crime scene.
Could you see his face at that point?
Yes, he looked over his right shoulder at me and smiled.
And could you describe what you saw?
Him smiling, his eyes were wide open.
O'Brien seemed amused when Abreu...
Now check this out.
That's dope that you can just add that. I forgot. I'm like,
I jumped on the computer so I can help you out a little bit.
That's dope. Thank you.
I got you, bro.
So this.
This is here's another one. So this is the
Yeah. It hit deep, I know that. It was my best friend's mother.
The 17-year-old.
40s, I mean.
Lawyer who would not allow.
Look familiar, James Jackson?
Yeah, I remember going little screens and shit right there. Talk through. Oh man.
So look, he's having this interview right here, right? And so this is, look at the size of this fucking kid, right? So what we have here is, this is probably right either in between one of his court dates. Like he could have actually was in court that day. We don't know exactly when this was taken, but it was in between. It was in that window of September and October of '97. Well, he got convicted October 1st of '97.
Look at the size of him, and this woman was probably the size of Janet Down, R.I.P. I mean, look at the size difference, bro.
That's a good point. That's a great fucking point.
That's a big difference, man.
That's a great
God
point.
damn, that chair looks like it's screaming for help too.
That's a great point, James. Now look, right? This is how we answered this question. Check it out.
Him to answer detailed questions about the night of the murder.
She's my best friend's mother, and she treated me with respect. I gave her the respect back. No, I think she was on my age, but she was in her 40s. I was 17, 15, actually. I was looking for teenage girls if I was ever had a crush on someone.
When you heard.
No, I think she was on my age, but she was in her 40s. I was 17, 15, actually. I was looking for teenage girls if I was ever had a crush. No, I think she was on my age, but she was in her 40s. I was 17, 15, actually. I was looking for
Wow. Later, I need some more juice. That's crazy, man.
Let this one up now. The one before that.
Yeah, that chuckles.
His body
that
language
chuckles
showing how he had... O'Brien.
What you saw?
Him smiling, his eyes were wide open.
O'Brien seemed amused when Abreu...
Same type of smirk, right? Right, James Jackson?
Yeah.
What do you get out of that? I went over that yesterday. What do you get out of that? Put us all three straight up on the screen. Take that down for a second. I want to hear your point of view.
I mean, I would say you know, it's almost like a cocky. Yeah, you saw that? Like, I don't know. To me, it kind of looks like a cockiness, like a cocky smile. It's not like a look of fear that I might go to jail for the rest of my life. I don't know, man. I still don't know what to make of that. It just doesn't. It doesn't look good, especially at the charges and the crime that was committed. It doesn't show no remorse or anything. So
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I feel it could be a reaction that he does when he's uncomfortable about something.
But the way he answered her, the
yeah,
way
like
the way
I'm into teenagers. I'm like she's a 40-year-old woman. I'm not. I'm into. If I was gonna go for a girl, I would go for a teenage girl. And then it's like, well, teenage girl. Not. I wonder how far. That was only a couple months apart. Those cases with the Deanna Kremen case. She was a pretty girl too. You saw the pictures of her.
yeah,
She was his age. I wonder if they knew each other.
they might have.
But
But
I
my
don't know, man.
my thing is is that when he said it, he goes, "Oh, when he brought it up, he kind of deflected it. He was like, "Oh, I was 17 at the time. I mean, I was 15 at the time, and she was like 40, and it wasn't like, nah, that's my friend's mother. I would never think like that about her. I have respect for her,
Right.
or even say she was a pretty lady, of course, or like right off the bat, like he had something up his sleeve, but." I don't know. Like I said, he's coming downstairs from the adult prison, right? Um, and then I'm sure his lawyer went over questions. What you can ask him, what you can't ask him. Like,
That
tell
was his
me,
lawyer sitting behind her, probably.
yeah, before the interview. Listen, we're gonna ask you, if you had a crush on her, and then he has to come up with a thing. And he was talking like in third party, like, well, that's when I was, I was 15 when this happened. I'm 17 now. Like, nah, but you just did 2 years in jail,
Right.
2 years in DYS. Like that. Now, I don't know. I haven't seen the rest of this interview. That's only a clip. But I would hope inside that clip, somewhere along the lines, he says, "I've been in here for 2 fucking years, and I ain't trying to spend another minute." I hope that's in there somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere.
Hope
But
so.
like you said too, which is a good point, he came down from the 19th floor. Up there that he's telling them all, I got whatever that was at the time, say it was TMZ, disclaimer. But he's telling them I got the news downstairs and they're gonna do an interview on me.
Yeah.
And people are bigging him up like, oh, say this. You know how people are in there. It's all wrecked, and especially in Cambridge. It's so loud. It's like screaming and
Yes,
just madness, chaos.
yeah,
And then you're
Jessica
gonna walk
Adi.
into an interview?
Yeah, Jessica Adi knew Deanna. Yep, for sure, Jessica. Yeah, well, that's that. And let's just check out some more of that. I'm gonna pull that up right now. The
Look
second.
at his body language, showing how he had appeared when he walked not far from Janet Downing's house not long after the murder.
Now, did you make arrangements at that time to give a second interview?
Abreu conceded to the defense in the first two interviews with police. He said he couldn't be sure it was Eddie O'Brien. Moments later, he told the district attorney why.
After you spoke to your mother, what happened?
I told her that I was 100% sure that was it the whole time. The only reason I didn't say anything was because I didn't want to believe that he committed the crime.
What happened next?
She called Lieutenant Femino and Trooper Duggan, and they came to my house.
Abreu conceded it was after an angry conversation with Eddie O'Brien's father that he went to his mother with the whole story.
He asked me what I had told the police down at the police station. I told him I thought it was Ed, and he didn't approve of that. He didn't really think I should have did that, but I told him I couldn't lie to the police. So.
Did he lose his temper?
I don't think so. Well, he lost his temper, but I don't think it was at me.
Okay. Did he tell you not to come around the house anymore?
Yes.
And then did you stab her?
No.
You didn't hurt Janet Downing?
No.
Did you kill her?
No.
Eddie O'Brien denied the murder both before and after the drugs were administered. The prosecutor says it means nothing. He says O'Brien told different stories to the same examiner.
He never accounts for the fact that his blood is in that house. He never explains that away in the tape, and he would not have been able to explain that away at trial.
Eddie O'Brien was convicted this fall of murdering his neighbor Janet Downing in her home in 1995. The woman was stabbed repeatedly. Both O'Brien...
He's fucking smiling, man, during that when he's walking in court. Look at it. He's fucking just chuckling and shit. Look at him.
Eddie O'Brien was convicted this fall of murdering his neighbor Janet Downing in her home in 1995. The woman was stabbed repeatedly. Both...
Man, whoever ran his PR, man, listen, when you walk into court, dude, whatever you do is, man, don't stop fucking smiling.
Well, those CEOs down there in the Cambridge court were also CEOs that was upstairs in the jail.
No, no, they
so,
weren't.
no?
They weren't. No. The
They didn't
CEOs.
know him?
Nah, I mean, he spent enough time in that downstairs in that bullpen with them. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. Yeah.
But and you know how they treat you back then. They treated everybody with somewhat respect,
Yep.
And it was different times, And like I said, coming from that pot, I feel like it was such a laid back situation up there in Cambridge. That's why he's like, I think if he came in from Plymouth every day, I think his attitude would be different.
Right.
I think if he was in South Bay,
point.
yeah, I think he would be, if he was getting lugged back, and think about it, he's waking up. All he got to do is go down a flight of stairs to court. He doesn't even have to jump in the sheriff's van.
Right.
So he's waking up. He knows what he's expecting. He's getting comfortable with that situation. And that played into the
kitchen.
Exactly. That played it. He's eating good. He ain't hungry. Motherfucking man, if he was hungry every day, he wouldn't be smiling walking in that courtroom.
Right.
That motherfucker got a full stomach, James.
Yes. Boy likes to eat.
Yeah. And he was in the right place for it.
Yeah.
You go to Cambridge. Yeah, if you go to Cambridge and Bill Rickard, you coming home 25 pounds heavier. That's a fact. Every time.
That's a fact. I know dudes that used to just go there to put some weight on.
Yeah. So think about it.
I mean, it's crazy. The video.
So think about it. He walked down the stairs, bro. That's all he had to do. I mean, he walked in the elevator. He walked down the 19th floor to I think booking was on the 16th, right? The same floor as the visiting. He went down into booking. He got his clothes, put his clothes on, and they took him downstairs in the elevator, shackled and handcuffed, right into court. Nothing. He didn't have to get cuffed and handcuffed to anybody. He didn't have to go in a sheriff's van. All he did was go straight downstairs. And then when he was done with court, he went upstairs to the dorm, cable TV, cigarettes in the air. What up? You want some lemonade? You want some Tang? Yo, you want a Suzy Q? Yo, man, I can't finish this bowl. Hey, it's fucking, you know what I mean? I got some Halloween cookies. Hey, you got a visit? You want to go up to the roof?
Jeez. It almost looks like now is that them? Oh, that's them walking in the house. I thought
That's
they were
the CPAC.
Yeah, CPAC, but I thought they were bringing her out of the house. I mean,
now look at this dude. This dude is 52 years old at this point.
Well, what kind of drug, bro? What was this? I don't remember them doing that back.
True serum, bro. So look at what he said, though. He said this. He made this
The fact
adamant.
that his blood is in that house. He never explains that away in the tape, and he would not have been able to explain that away at trial.
Well, how do you know he wouldn't be able to explain that in the way of the trial unless you put that shit there? Pull the other one up for a second. The other video I gave you.
Now he's the one that took the blood.
That's Riley, man. That's the DA.
Oh shit, my bad.
When you heard that she was murdered,
Yes.
what were your thoughts?
I mean, it hit deep. I know that. It was my best friend's mother.
The 17.
It's weird the way he talks. He talks in the past tense, like it hit deep. I know that. It hit deep. I know
It
that.
should still hit deep 30 years later.
It's so weird how he disconnects himself from it.
Is this
You know
his
what I
room?
mean? This is his room, brother. Check it out.
Damn, man, he ain't fitting on that bed.
10-year-old's bedroom in Somerville is just as he left it 2 years ago. A student at Don Bosco High School, O'Brien had tried out for football and made the team, but the coach wouldn't use him, saying he wasn't tough enough.
Wow.
I never went into a rage. I mean, I was never mad. I couldn't. I'm still kind of laid back. I take things as they are.
Did you kill Janet Downing?
He said absolutely not.
Yeah. Summer of 1995.
He got caught in that house, and he did what he had to do.
This boy's innocent. He didn't commit this crime. He didn't do it.
Doesn't care. He doesn't care.
They want you to think that this is a scary, horrible, hidden murderer, monster, stalking the streets of Prospect Hill for 15 and a half years with no one knowing it?
It is very difficult for anyone to not in that.
Yeah. Summer of 1995.
He got caught in that house, and he did what he had to do.
This boy's innocent. He didn't commit this crime. He didn't do it.
He doesn't care.
That's the big one right there. He doesn't care.
But why does he go from this boy's innocent, he didn't do it, to he doesn't care?
That's not the same dude.
Look,
What do you mean? It's not the same dude. You fucking blind? That's two different lawyers, bro. That's Riley right there, and the other one's George. You're nut.
yeah, no, but I'm saying he just said that. Watch, rewind it.
No. He didn't say he didn't do it. Bob is saying he didn't do it, and he's saying he did do it. He got caught in the house.
He said he's saying he didn't
He
do it.
got
Caught in the house.
in that house, and he did what he had to do.
He did what he had to do. Meaning, like, you know,
yeah,
he to cover the tracks and
Right,
to,
right.
you know, all these different things that he lied about. You know, that's just a clip, you know, and then he
This
says,
boy's innocent. He
It's a
didn't
different
commit
guy.
this crime. He didn't do it.
He doesn't care.
he doesn't care.
Doesn't care.
Based on some of them responses that you see,
It looks that way, yeah. I mean, the other thing, I mean, this could be an Eddie, you know, is getting tired of the way he's talking, and he's just like smiling it off, like, "Are you serious? Like, this is what you're going with?" That's the only other thing I could think of.
yeah, but
Other
he never.
than that-
But I got to see the rest of that interview to say
Yeah.
to speak on
Yeah.
that, because
Right.
I don't know if he ever says that. Like, if he never brings that up, then he's saying it now, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gonna be like you said before, it's gonna be a tough hurdle. There's a lot of hurdles for him to get over, and I think that's why he's still there 30 years later, going on, whatever, 30 plus. I mean,
You know,
look at
there was
John
one,
Ellis.
you know, there was one thing that his lawyer had said to him too, you know, that they haven't proven this case. You don't have to take the stand. So in all reality, he was kind of speaking out how we never got a chance to say what happened, you know?
Yeah, but do you think did they want him to take the stand, or they didn't want him to?
Well, it was agreed that he was gonna, but then towards the end, you know, his lawyer told him that we got it beat. You don't have to. They didn't prove their case.
Oh, Jesus.
And that
Well, there
was
was
like, and that was like the last day of the trial.
Yeah, and that's because he didn't rehabilitate some things. When he had the
That the chemist that lady there, Jennifer something or other. the
yeah, when he
fucking
had
clown.
when he had her on the stand, her and a couple other people, I forget who he had at the time, Bob George, he asked the person, was it possible that he could have went to his house and changed his shirt? And that's the reason why there was no blood. And the person was like, yeah, he did have time. But what Bob George should have did was he should have went back, put the EMTs and the person from the store on the stand and said, what do you mean? Their testimony was that he had the same shirt on and there was no blood on it, but he never did that. So, you know, there was just a lot of things that, you know, kind of like in the first trial parallel to Karen, like with the waterfall video. And why did they bring Jen back on the stand when she said that Karen called me and said that she left John at the waterfall, so I called Chris. And then when Alan Jackson catches her in that lie in the 911 call of her saying he got out the car. She goes, well, why would you say, was that you that he got out the car? Yeah, that was me. Well, why'd you say he got out the car? Because Karen Reed told me that. Well, no, she didn't. Didn't you just say that she left him at the waterfall and you called Chris? And why would you do that if you was there at the house and you called her out this many times and you seen her outside the window? So they never called her back to just, to kill her. And it was the same type of deal. I think that he thought between just the people saying that the DNA, when that woman said the DNA could possibly be somebody else's on the hilt of the knife, that was enough. And it wasn't, because there was a lot of media behind this Cambridge interview, the papers being behind it, the kids talking, saying that, he said some weird things. Allegedly, he seen Ryan. He told Ryan, have you ever felt have you ever felt that you wanted to hurt somebody? He said that Paul was changing a bulb in his house before, and he called Paul's house and said, what are you doing? Like, as if he was spying on him and shit. Like, what's going on in the house?
You know, there was one thing too that Paul, Paul was witnessed by Michelle Cameron. Michelle is her last name, Cameron. Michelle Cameron's brother was Michelle's, who was a friend of Erin's and Paul's, gave Paul and his stepmother a ride to the hospital. And when they got to the hospital, they said that Paul had said in the hospital he was talking to his mother, who was now in front of him. I would assume obviously already gone. But he says, Ma, I'm sorry for fighting with you. I don't think I locked the front door.
That's what Paul said?
Yeah.
The night that she was murdered?
No, at the hospital after he found out she was murdered.
The same night.
Oh God. Why drop that in?
So when if someone was to make a statement like that, number one, I'm sorry for fighting, Ma. I'm sorry for fighting with you. And then on the next sentence, it's I don't think I locked the front door. So he's feeling guilty for not locking the front door, but he's also telling us
that he fought with his mom.
That he fought with her earlier that day. That's what I would think.
No, that's what it sounds like, for sure. But I mean, I didn't lock the front door could be a sign of, like we just said, it could be he feels a little guilty. If I locked the door, maybe this shit wouldn't happen. But then again, it could be too, why'd you leave the door unlocked? So there's a lot of questions. It seems like more information keeps coming in. It seems like it's going to get interesting. And I believe the same thing's going to happen in the Deanna Kremen case. And it's going to run parallel. And who knows how far we're going to go. I know we're not going to stop. Like JFK said earlier, we don't have nobody to answer to. It's just us. And it's a good thing, if we can get up here more often and talk. And, instead of always having JFK do the work. It's a lot to run the StreamYard, to have this video on deck, to have this, to get people up here, to get in touch. That is a lot of work. To people overlook that and just throw a stupid comment out there like, we're hoodboogers or whatever the hell the case may be, or like whatever their beef is that day. It's just, to overlook it all is crazy to me. We're going to continue working on this, and it's something that we enjoy doing, and it's something that I think, for me anyways, it keeps me out of trouble. It keeps me grounded, and it keeps me on my toes, just knowing what the hell's going on. And it's still going on up until Karen Reed. This shit happened 35 years ago, and before that there was a bunch of corruption. So I don't think it's gonna stop anytime soon. It's politics as usual, like you say, Jay.
Yeah, man. And
Yeah.
you know, it's politics as usual in Massachusetts. And with that being said, I'm gonna sign up out of here because I gotta
Yeah, me
do
too.
some daddy daycare services. But appreciate you, James, for going live. I'm
Appreciate
glad.
you for jumping on.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you're back at it, man. I hope that you stick with it, bro. Don't let nobody bring you down. Keep hitting them, bro. I'm trying to put you up on this case. You know what I mean? I know that you took a little, a little grace period, which is all good. I can totally understand. But you basically where we're at with it. And Kevy Kev 781, don't ever fuck it up. He's working too.
He's working
God
too.
damn.
And with that being said, I go by the name of JFK, man. I'll check you guys out. Thanks for the
Enjoy your day, brother.
Thanks for having me, James. I'll talk to you
All
soon,
right.
bro.
All right.
Peace,
Peace.
peace and love,
Later.
bro.
Later.
Peace.
Yeah, man. Kevy Kev, I appreciate you coming up here too. Is there anything you want to end with?
I'm just, hey, thank you for having me up here. I'm glad we got to speak on some shit. Um, you know, I'm a firm believer that the Deanna Kremens case needs to be looked at. Um, you know, there still needs to be justice for Deanna. Um, you know, as well as Janet. You know, I think that there's been a lot of I think there was a big narrative painted, and people just stood in line for it. Um, a lot of people back then in '95, I don't think they were ready to take on the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And I think when these government officials, as well as DA Riley, being front and center, being in control of the whole case, um, you know, his presence is a threat, and he flexed that. Um, and it just needs to be looked at. I think this, both cases really need to be looked at. But nah,
Yep.
I appreciate you having me up here, James, and
Anytime, bro.
yeah.
All right, man. Enjoy your day, and I will talk to you soon, Kevy Kev. We'll get
All
some
right,
work done,
sounds
and
good.
enjoy
Peace
the
and
rest
love,
of it.
everybody. I'm out.
Peace, Kevy Kev. Yeah, man. So I appreciate. Let me read these real quick because I don't want anybody to feel like I forgot them. I know I was up to. Let's see. We'll go. Make meatballs great again. Okay. Okay. Norma Corey, 1983, a case Marianne Hanley, 11-year-old, was killed in Dorchester. The 17-year-old boy, friend of Hanley's half-sister, said he walked her home halfway. Turned out he actually killed the girl and raped her. He got life. Wow. So hold on. That's crazy, Norman. Is that the case I was talking about? I think during it came up after the video I was playing with Deanna Kremen. Rose McDonald gifted 5 James Jackson memberships. Thank you so much, Rose. Roseanne. Sassafras Griffin. Layover. It's a layover like this. Layover, love y'all. James Jackson, JFK, and Kevy Kev. Thank you for the $5. Diane, thank you for the $5 super chat. Norman again, thank you for the $5. Ed ran into Artie in the house, and Artie, yeah, I read that one. Cut his hand. 70s Libra girl, thank you. James, JFK, Kevy Kev, thank you for the $10 super chat. Rose McDonald again, goals, $4.99. Thank you. Please Pass That Pepper coming in, gifted 5 James Jackson memberships. And Mitz Lucius gifted 5 James Jackson's memberships. And Becky G gifted 1 James Jackson membership. And Erica Smith gifted 5 James Jackson memberships. Norman Corey, super chat $5. He is saying it's okay. It wasn't your fault. Protect yourself. Possibly, we know Artie was there. He dropped his key. Facts. I mean, Artie is just suspect all around, I believe. Cynthia Lynch with her grippy socks. $10 super chat. Thank you, Cynthia Lynch. I appreciate that. Desi Lou, great live, guys. And I appreciate every single one of you. With that being said, I go by the name of James Jackson, and I hope everybody has a wonderful day, and I'll see you soon. Peace.
If you had one shot or one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it or just let it slip?
The layover. The layover.
Yo.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti, he's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud. He opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's choking how everybody's
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
The clock's run out, time's up, over. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes gravity. Choke, he's so mad, but he won't give up that easy. No, he won't have it easy. Hold backs to these ropes, it don't matter. He knows that, but he's broke. He's so stagnant. He knows when he goes back to this mobile home. That's when it's back to the lab again. Yo, this whole rhapsody better go capture this moment. Hope it don't pass them, yo. You better lose yourself in the music. The moment you own it, you better never let it go. You only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime, yo. You better lose yourself in the music. The moment you own it, you better never let it go. You only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime, yo. Soul's escaping through this hole that is deep. This world is mine for the